It's my incredible privilege to greet you all and to hold a space for all your wisdoms to emerge. So much has been happening in 2024. So many incredible thoughts, actions, and also a clearer visions have emerged. And I'm like you, curious what our guests will share today, because in spite of the fact that with all of them I have engaged during the year, I really don't know what their lessons were. So I do hope that today I learn as much as you will from all that will share their thoughts and ideas and learnings with us. But just to make a bit of framework and allow me to do the introduction to this Ecocivilisation Summit. We call it 23 because it will be a stock taking from the previous year. However, there will be some strong messages for the 2024 as well. And I hope that they will be inviting enough for you to join us in the events of 2024. So first of all, these are the major segments. We will walk through all of them. And I hope that with a couple of cups of coffees or teas or glasses of water, you will stick around for the entire summit because you never know which idea will inspire you for your future actions. But first, let me also share with you that throughout the summit, we will have some very interesting art interventions. We've met beautiful people who are also Ecocivilisation wings all around the world, who have opened a new realm of understanding for culture and art for all of us. And we have learned that art serves as a universal connection that transcends boundaries and really pushes us beyond the known. So Yuko, Deirdre, and Eleftheria will be the ones who will constantly send these impulses during today's summit. Yuko and Deirdre will mostly be present through their video presentations and art exhibitions, but Eleftheria is with us today here, and she's the first one who will set the floor for all of us for today's summit. El, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Violetta, and welcome everybody to this Ecocivilisation Summit. And we wanted to invite us all to step into the heart space to just create a connection, a synchronization of all of us just being in one breath and one intention and one vision for our planet. So I'm going to invite you now to just place your feet firmly on the ground and just feel the bottom of your feet just connecting to the floor or the earth beneath you. And then very gently closing your eyelids. And for this moment, just taking awareness, observation of the natural rise and fall of the breath. Let's just notice an appreciation how effortlessly this breath, the breath of life, just flows in and out of your body. Just allowing each breath just to bring you to a quieter and still space within. Then I invite you to just activate your imagination and just imagine that from the bottom of your feet, we just grow roots. like your favorite tree, strong roots just piercing through the floor, through the concrete, into the rich, nourishing soil of Mother Earth. As your roots are growing deeper, right down to the heart center of this living being, our planet, just allow yourself to become more present in your body, in your conscious awareness. For a moment, let's just express in your own way appreciation for the gift of water, clean air, nourishing food, safe shelter, clothing, inspiration, and the beauty which nature is consistently gifting us. I'd like to invite you to bring all of your awareness and your presence that truly matters, into your heart space. From this heart space, imagine that we're all standing together in a beautiful circle, stretching out our hands, connecting with a person to your left, connecting to the person to your right. Just notice the beautiful expressions of the divine all around you in brother and sisterhood. Everybody sharing the same fears, same dreams, the same vision for living in peace and prosperity, for being rooted in love, for living in harmony with nature, for the highest good of all. And imagine the circle and this love just expanding from us out into your neighborhood, expanding out through your country, expanding out over the globe, just allowing this feeling and frequency of peace, appreciation, and love to just surround beautiful planet and all its sentient beings. For a moment, place your hand on your heart, if that feels right to you. And we just thank everybody's presence here today and all of those active members that are not present with us today for their inspired action in bringing us all together. The courage and the bravery to continue to hold space for a new emerging world. And this also includes yourself and your own actions. We're going to take one deep collective breath in, breathing in from the bottom of your belly. Hold that breath for the count of 2. And we're going to exhale out that breath with a sigh, allowing your body to relax completely. Feel again your feet just grounded through your roots. Feel the clothes on your body, the chair that you're sitting on. Bring your hands together, rub your hands together, place them over your eyes. And when you are ready, release your hands, just opening your eyes, looking, perceiving through the landscape of the heart. Thank you for your presence here.
Thank you very much, Eleftheria. Thank you for this smooth entry into the flow of today's summit. And that is a great introduction to the first part of the summit, where we will try to tap into the world as we see it today through the eyes of a very dear guest. Eco-civilization movement started 3.5 years ago. And I could tell that I'm experiencing it as a very profound global movement where engagement, collaborations, and innovations are walking the path hand in hand and constantly, at least, surprising me with this emergence out of the space that we all hold together and dare to exchange our deep feelings and senses and intuitive insights into the world. So today it's a special privilege to invite two of my dear colleagues, Alexander and Mar, who I've been intertwining with for the last year a lot. And they represent two different circles. However, here we connect and engage as somebody who wants to share and wants to cross-pollinate and wants to really imagine the new world that is offering itself to be addressed and to be exercised. Because at the end is whatever people imagine, if they engage the right resources, people can manifest. And first, I would like to ask Alexander, Professor Dr. Alexander Laszlo, to share his thoughts. His inspiring words and the language that he uses is constantly inviting us to dare to step into the world that deep in our hearts we want to live, but somehow sometimes hesitate to make the right step. So it is a real privilege, Alexander, to have you with us today. And all I have to do is to pass the word to you.
Thank you so much, Violeta. And thank you, everyone, for being here. What a beautiful opening, Eleftheria, and a grounding. What an opportunity we have now to reflect. It's a kind of grounding that we're doing together now to say, so where have we come? Where have we been? What can we make of our experience in sensing into this eco-civilization that we see, we hold dear in our hearts, and we know is possible? So thank you for the privilege of both being a part of this community, as well as to share some of my thoughts with you. So let me go straight into sharing, and I will share a few of my thoughts here with you. All right, here we go. So I am going to just share with you perhaps a few, like 15 minutes or so worth of a retrospective. What have we learned? And again, some of this stuff is affirming what we know deep inside, and others are surfacing things that we may have sensed, and other things are very surprising. So I want to start by thinking together with you about what a paradoxical world we live in right now. my friend Tom Attlee would say that things are getting better and better and worse, faster and faster. And I think this is kind of what we have learned in this time together. And so I'm going to be exploring with you both the shadow and the light. So if we look at this, then we can see even a while ago, there is this kind of expression of how things are. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light, it was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. And so begins The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. But you know, what's interesting is that this was written 165 years ago. And for me, it really captures a lot of things that we're looking at and thinking about now. But of course, as Art Buchwald says, whether it's the best of times or the worst of times, it's the only time we've got. And I think this is the taking stock that we have here. So what do we do with this time that is ours? So some of the things that we have seen include the kind of dynamics that really make for a turbulent world. There are geopolitical, socioeconomic, and health challenges that we've all experienced because it captures the whole world. This is the eco-civilization frame. So there's a fundamental new reality in terms of the potentials for crisis and for opportunities, and many of these potentials are coming into being, manifesting. There are clear environmental stresses. There's a clear recognition now that we have learned how intractably interdependent we are with all of life on this planet and the implications for us to maintain a viable planet that can sustain life. Now, technology is playing a huge role in all of this. And so we have advances in nanotechnology, robotics, smart data, the Internet of Things, generative artificial intelligence, which are the large language models and the Meta GPT. There's virtual reality, augmented reality, and even artificial empathy. These are being developed actively and no longer in separate secret labs. The thing is, these are disruptive individually, but when you put together nanotechnology, robotics, smart data, and augmented reality, you can get microsurgeons, for example, that can be in your bloodstream, and they can make all kinds of changes. So the power that we have for good and for damage is very great. Also, information and communication technologies are enabling and facilitating the promotion and virtualization of commerce and of life in general. So these are things that we are now also seeing how they're coming into our ways of learning in all frames. We are living in a very interconnected world, and the internet and cell phones have become pervasive in much of, not all of the world, but much of the world. And right here, right now, for example, they are in play. So what does this mean? This means that we have this kind of VUCA. There's so many different ways of expressing this, and I'm just going to put these three up here. Whether it's called VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, or RUPT, rapid, unpredictable, paradoxical, entangled, which is kind of a more human expression of the same notion of VUCA, or BANI, which is brittle, anxious, nonlinear, incomprehensible. These are all descriptions of the way people experience our times. But there's also positive, not just the negative. People are talking about VUCA in the positive sense, the vision, understanding, clarity, and agility that is emerging from conversations like this that we're having together. And that ways that we can also foster diversity and the intricate play of nature and dynamic and playful environments. So this is really part of both the promise and the hope. So what have we learned? We have learned that the current challenges, from the climate to global pandemics to politics to technology, having created an increasingly VUCA and RUPT environments. And we have learned that to meet these challenges, we cannot do it alone. This is, I think, a key learning from our explorations in the eco-civilization movement. Why can't we do it alone? Because each of us has blind spots, myopias. We each have a particular disciplinary area of expertise, let's say, because we are carpenters or we are permaculture or whatever we are. And we all have our own cultural biases. So we need each other to help us see the big picture together. Because otherwise, what can happen?
Whoa, that's not good.
Oh, I don't need this. I'm already late.
Somebody will come. Anybody out there?
Do you have a phone?
No. Sorry. Somebody! Hello? There are two people stuck on an escalator and we need help. Now, would somebody please do something? I don't believe this. You gotta be kidding me.
I'm gonna cry.
Well, there's not enough left to do, is there?
I'm going to cry. Well, there's nothing else left to do, is there? I mean, how often are we in these situations? But we put ourselves in these situations. We don't even recognize it. We're stuck on our escalators so often. How do we get off? How do we know the potentials of creating an eco-civilization that we know is possible, but we continue with the old routines? How do we get off that escalator? So this is part of what we'll be exploring here. So some of the things that we can perceive as leaders of change, of not just change makers, but game changers for a global eco-civilization. We have to know how to read the patterns of change. So this is key. We have to understand the interconnected challenges of the 21st century. We have to comprehend global problems from an evolutionary and systems perspective. We have to be committed to social, environmental, and economic justice. And we have to listen and act from a place of empathy and care. I believe these are things that we have learned and we are continually learning through these 3.5 years of the eco-civilization movement. We're still learning them. Part of the problem is that we often tend to think of the world in terms of our countries and our nations and our even societies and yes, our cultures, but you know, it's really one planet, one home. This is another thing we're learning. We look at the year of water through the eco-civilization, and we have seen all the ways that connects and flows through all of us and is us. Deep learning, deep learning. I think perhaps the best message comes from the wombat. So I'm going to have us listen to the wombat here. Some of you may have seen this before. I just love the wombat. So let's listen to what the wombat has to say.
Yo, listen up. This is your home. It's the only one you got. This place is pretty, but you can't live there. You can't even get there. So I repeat, this is your home. It's the only one you got. Cherish it, protect it. It's the only one you're gonna get. These guys, they're your neighbors. They ain't going away. They ain't leaving. You have to get along with them. So you have to learn to share. You have to get along. You have to learn to get along because they are your neighbors. They're not going away. Okay, all this stuff, the animals, the waters, the sky, the ground, the bugs, the fish, the tacos, the people, they're all connected. Everything is connected. They all depend on one another. If you ignore that, you're doomed. Repeat, doomed, okay? So listen up. It's all one. Not two worlds, not three, one. Just one. So get it in gear. Remember, all is one, okay? Hit it.
So this little guy came to us in 2005. 2005. We're dealing with almost 20 years ago. He's asking us to get it in gear. We got to remember the message of the wombat. And I think this is something that is continually being taken up in the eco-civilization movement. And I'm going forward. There we are. So part of this also is going to involve, as Alexander Pope says, remembering that hope springs eternal. So here's a quote from one of my favorite books, actually a trilogy, The Lord of the Rings. This is from book 2, The Two Towers by J.R.R. Tolkien. And it goes like this little dialogue. I think it captures what we're learning. Frodo says, I can't do this, Sam. And Sam says, I know, it's all wrong. By rights, we shouldn't even be here, but we are. It's like in the great stories, Mr. Frodo, the ones that really mattered, full of darkness and danger they were. Those were the stories that stayed with you. They meant something, even if you were too small to understand why. But I think, Mr. Frodo, I do understand. I know now. Folks in those stories had lots of chances of turning back, only they didn't, because they were holding on to something. And Frodo asks, what are we holding on to, Sam? And Sam says, that there's some good in this world, Mr. Frodo, and it's worth fighting for. There are times when I look at the wars, I look at the devastation in nature, we look at the things that we see through the eco-civilization lens of what's going on right now and how interdependent we are and how fragile our planet is. We have the overview effect when we can see this fragile planet and what are we doing? It's insane. It seems sometimes hopeless. But I think what we're learning through the eco-civilization movement is that hope springs eternal. And so long as we take this frame that Sam expresses here, it's like it's by rights we shouldn't even be here, as he says, but we are. So what are we going to do about it? Well, together, if we remember that there's some good in the world and it's worth fighting for, I truly believe that we can make this eco-civilization a reality. And I think that's what we're doing. So what is the zeitgeist of our time? The zeitgeist that we're living in now? Eric Jansch, a great systems thinker, expresses in his book, The Self-Organizing Universe, he says, to live in an evolutionary spirit means to engage with full ambition and without any reserve in the structure of the present, and yet to let go and flow into a new structure when the right time has come. And I think this is what we're learning. We're learning how to appreciate what is in both the shadow and the light. We're learning how to see its interconnectedness and our interdependence. We're learning how to human well. And deeply, deeply, we're learning how to listen with this evolutionary spirit that Eric Jansch talks about here. How to listen, to be those evolutionary co-creators, not just the change agents, but the game changers. I think eco-civilization movement is all about being game changers. So with that, I just remind us that this is the time to be the change we want to see in the world, as Gandhi admonished. It's not just to be the change, but to be the systems we want to see in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Thank you for opening up the space so widely that we will all find the space for our dreams and actions, and especially for this summit today. And I think some of the quotes, and especially the energy with which you share them with us, will resonate not only throughout the summit, but way beyond. So thank you very much. And we go and continue with our summit. And it's a real privilege and a great pleasure to introduce to you my dear friend Mar Introini. Believe it or not, we have not physically met yet. However, we've been engaging for the last 3 years on and off on so many different occasions, and we are both wings for G100 movement, where eco-civilization and water is one of the wings in that 100 movement structure and network. And Mar has this incredible energy to constantly connect us together, and she holds the space for bold ideas to be shared and for us to inspire each other. So Mar, I'm really happy you're with us today here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Violeta, for these always generous words, and this relationship that we built on this year is true. It's only virtual, so well, the present part is really something in a second place. You know, we have did something powerful together virtually. Thank you so much for having me. Not just for this event, but to let me share the joy to be together. And this is something that only the people who are committed to be together and really are moving towards what is change really understand what means that. And if you see in the first slide, I just put our logos, the logos of Ecocivilisation, the logo of global networking, because that's what means that we are together, and no titles. Because I think this is part of everything. We are building the change, and when you are building the change, means that you are building something new, and it is new, it's innovative, it's creative. You don't know what this is, so don't put titles, because we don't know what is this. And the first things that happened is that we overlap. It's a question and it's an affirmation. I really think that we are overlapping initiatives, but I think that that's positive. We are eco-civilization here, this movement that had the capacity to explore different ways, different tools, managing different stakeholders from the society and bringing on stage to debate. But they cannot do it without this really powerful concept of this global networking. We do it through that. However, we are all engaged from what is something that became very popular, that is the global goals. Global goals as a matter of being above us. And I think it's really a mistake if we wanted to move forward. We cannot see the Sustainable Development Goals as something above us, because they cannot make it, because everything in the end is a matter of local communities. A global concept, a global mindset, a global ambitions, but it's always local. And we need to work locally. This is the real power, because in the end, when you go to each political process, because everything is about politics and everything is about political process, partisan decision, but through political process. And when you go through that, you realize that for each community, there are different solutions and different way out according to their traditions and to their circumstances. So you, Violeta, a politician that I admire, and someone who came from a political background, I hope you don't mind if I focus on what is the political crisis. That of course I'm not including you, especially when we say leadership. A crisis on leadership, and I think it's great to bring it here because you are the kind of inclusive leader. This kind of people that don't mind the institution, the organization. You listen, and you are the change maker to make it happen, to bring it and to listen to them. And if you discuss with them, well, it's okay. But also you bring into a stage. It's not what is happening, and you are a role model to follow, but you are not the model that is currently happened. And we are having leaders that are ideologically biased. That is something that is quite impossible to create a networking, to build peace. Why not? Let's reduce it to one word. To build peace, we cannot do it with ideological bias. When it's time to deliver solution, you have to go ahead and forget about ideology. It's a matter of practical action. Innovation. We need to be innovative. We say decision making, let's be innovative. But what happened in innovation, the political sector is related to technology. All the initiatives are related to that, and we need to move further. Information, what happened with information, the media that we get. Again, this is bias. We need, for the one who are intellectually moved, with see that is funny, to look, it's amused to look this news and the other one and make the comparison. This is not happen to all the people, and the information is just one for them. And this is very dangerous. Creativity, the politicians are creativity, or they are just creativity for a project without a global impact. They are creative for a project, for an initiative, but not for the system. If we are creative for the system, we need to create something completely different than what is happening now. And that goes directly what is polarization. We are polarized, and it's almost impossible to take decisions that are effective when there is no ground for negotiation. And if we see Ukraine, I don't want to enter in the political partisan aspect, but let's take it as the best example that why they don't get in peace, why they continue and continue. Well, because there is no ground for negotiation. War have always been in history, and they always find a way out when there is negotiation, when the people resign to the solution. But there is polarization. We have to be against others. It's not against war. We need to be against each other. No? And this is, for me, a true agenda behind that. Citizens are powerful. Yes, they are inside powerful. They have the capacity to be change makers. They could make it, no, because they are not influential enough, because we don't have a solid global networking, and we need to move towards that. And for that, we need to reshuffle. And this vertigo, for the message I'm sending is this sense of vertigo. Global institution, let's reshuffle that. And that is much more than structures. Means let things not as global, let things as international. We haven't got to that level of global. Alexander had mentioned what is global with great enthusiasm and passion, as well as I am in what is a global system. However, I do not think we have get to that level. So we need to be realistic that the goal to get into global, we are not now. So we are doing is something very negative, that is to centralize power. And networking is especially about that, don't centralize, and to keep a certain harmony in terms of power. And that's why I say local power for the civil society, focus more on what is local power instead of taking the global goals to the local. Individual action in citizens. Citizens are not aware of the power and it's individual, because it's frustrating. Of course it is frustrating, but if it's in the framework of a global networking, it's possible, and we need to do it. We need to make it, and we are going to make it for a global networking, because social media is just a tool. It's not a rule to follow. It's just a tool, and we need to use it as it is. But maybe you were thinking now, reflecting on why and how do we create these synergies and build a professional relationship from solidarity and goodwill, because it sounds harmonical, but at the same time utopian. It's an utopia of solidarity and goodwill. And I think I'm a fan of this platform, and I'm convinced that we can make it from goodwill and solidarity. It's just a matter of reshaping the way we work and to the way we think. It's a matter of mindset that we repeatedly say it. But when we have that, we're really convinced of that as individual level, is when really we became influencers in the decision-making process, because this global networking, we became really powerful. And when we became really powerful is when you can push and put pressure on the political sector, something that we cannot do it now, because we haven't really get these senses of democracy. It's about democracy. It's about the citizens first. And this is not activism. This is the work, little by little of a big networking. Citizens as a new concept, leaders. The new concept of leaders is not just political leaders, it's also citizens that influence the political arena, proactive, pro-action and pro-platforms from the civil society. This is the way to engage with different institutions, delivering creativity, delivering innovation from this individual action that gets inserted in the different platforms. It's not about an elite as we have now. It's about joining efforts in an horizontal leadership. This is an exercise of democratic values. And we have forgotten. We have forgotten because the power is centralized. So they make us through information, from media, from social media, forget about the real power to embrace this change. And I take this picture from Queen, from this artist that I love, and I think it's the best way that I could express my idea of change, in embracing what is the networking, embracing what is the tools. Don't underestimate the power to do it through that area, joining different powers, including the individual ones. And in the end, a new colors, because this is new logos. No, we are the same. We just change the colors. So what is this? It's just technology that can change it? No. The technology was the tool. The mindset let us change it and see ourselves different in 2, in 3, in 4 hours. We are demanding change, yes, but if we follow the idea of be the change is from us. So we have to be aware of the need to change by ourselves. So thank you so much for this shower of optimism and of hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mar. And in spite of the fact that you and Alexander have not seen each other's presentation, you both finished this with this empowering message that we are the change we want to see. And that is an important statement that could be a strong imperative for what we do. But I also noticed that you both called for not only individual and collective change, but to collectively enter into the process to deliver a new structures within which we can engage. And I think this is what Ecocivilisation is trying to hold a space for as well, that through constant engagement, we start to sense the new ways of engagement, which will go much more towards the distributed environments and much more to enable us to react to challenges, not facing the powerful hierarchical structures, but have trust in the distributed environments, in actions at the local community level, on individual level, yet sharing the common vision that keeps us together in balance. So thank you very much to both of you for these opening statements and the encouragement, the positive notes that we were able to sense throughout your presentations. And now allow me to continue. And as I already said at the beginning, we will have art interventions at every stage. And first one, we would like to hear from Yuko. Even though she's right now with us, she shared the video with us. So we will, Yuko, just go ahead and share your video. Natasha, please share the first video from Yuko Kudo.
Hi everyone, my name is Yuko Kudo. I use she, her pronoun, and I am an artist and Ecocivilisation Japan country chair. And thank you so much for being here. It's an honor to be here with you today. So the theme is what I learned last year. And it's a reminder that what we are doing is a powerful work. We are reminding people the culture that is regenerative, inclusive of all being, and the one that art and culture are a part of. So in this first intervention, I want to highlight that the way we support and collaborate with each other are shifting and evolving. I'm a performing artist, and as an artist, I love the intimacy that we get to create, not only with the audience, but with the whole entire process leading up to that. It's the energy exchange, the sense of shared experience that feels like we are part of something special together. It's a sense of belonging, and I love that so much. And to be honest, I used to have a hard time letting go of the belief that nothing can replace in-person experience. It's just not the same. But it's becoming more and more clear that the way we share experience is changing. I can say that both as a performer and as a creator, one of the most wonderful experiences that we get to create last year as an eco-civilization community was that we got to actually create art piece together. It's called Linked, and I'll be share that in a minute. It started with myself and Deidre McMillan, who our sister from Ecocivilisation Wing, New Zealand, and with a contribution for so many sisters that I have yet to meet in person. And this piece was created 100% remote collaboration. And it opened up my eyes with the integration of technology and the willingness to collaborate, and the most importantly, with a shared vision. We can create a new way to work together and multiply our impact. It's possible. And I love that people in this community want art and culture to be a part of the initiative and bring humanity into their work. We have to remember that art and culture were never separated from us to begin with. We've always been here. We, the artists and culture workers, we've been working with community closely for a long time. We change narratives, we educate people, we advocate for changes, build inclusive community, and we healing, and that's our role we play. And we see that we're learning how to do that in a globally and virtually with more intention. And we got a long way to go, but we had to keep learning from each other. And across the sector, across generation, across region and gender, and like today's title, art connect us all and lead us beyond the known. And that's why we're here, so that we can build resilient and regenerative future together. So I'll wrap up this first intervention with our piece Linked.
Water. Voda.
Nero. Magi. Pi. Ji. Lo.
水 water
Mai.
花 aqua وها
Ishka. Tubig.
Thank you very much, Yuko, for putting this together. Strong message with a great video where you prove that collaboration works. If you have an additional comment, now it's the moment, Yuko, you're with us. You might not be when we present more of your contributions later. You want to say something?
Just say thank you. Thank you so much for everything. It's an honor.
Thank you. And we continue with our program. And here I would now like to take just a few minutes of your attention to walk you through and show you what was created and what was really learned from the last couple of years within Ecocivilisation. Alexander already beautifully explained the time we are currently active and influenced by, and this constant search for a balance between collective and individual. But I think deep inside, all the moves of a progressive societies are really linked to this search for balance, being locally or globally. And we are part, and this is something we're really becoming more and more aware of. We are part of this evolutionary consciousness, the move that is actually opening not only our minds, but also our hearts and spirits to connect. And all of a sudden, we feel more, we understand more, and we can act in a more conscious and very directed way. And that's where we try to continue to explore our options. And eco-civilization as a concept refers to a social model, really, that integrates ecological sustainability and environmental harmony as fundamental principle in the development of human civilization. And yes, we try to exercise and learn what is really the holistic approach, and try to learn and see what is really this harmonious coexistence between humanity and the planet. Because to be honest, and I think that we all feel that, we gotta relearn what it means to be human again, and really how to intertwine our prosperity and our future together with all other beings and the planet itself. So eco-civilization really taps directly into this, and it's really sort of a purpose-driven cluster, disruptive cluster of many actions, many different cultures, many different communities, and try to find a way to forward to coexist with the planet in a balanced way. So we are after understanding how to lead collaborative ecosystems, how to actually coexist and be active and deliver concrete results within the emergence without domination, without really trying to tell others what to do, but to rather tap into this beautiful creative force that is in every one of us, and really harmonize that with the laws of nature and the profound resonance of love. So core elements are finally emerging, and I can ensure you that in a couple of years' time they will completely change. But at least for now, they offer us a bit of a anchoring and shared vision within which we can explore options further. So the vision is ecological civilization, and the constant question is, what could that potentially be? The mission is collectively reimagine a vibrant relationship with the planet Earth, and to deliver solutions for the humanity to thrive along with the planet and beyond. And that is something we have learned so far, that this somehow connects us throughout the globe, all continents and species that live around this planet Earth. So the values that we build more and more on are collaboration, imagination, dare to imagine, respect for each other, and compassion for life, love, and change, which we try to embrace and live. And of course, we do follow core principles, which we've learned that are important for us to deliver concrete results, are socio-technology. So technology as a tool, not as a goal. System science, to take a look at everything we do from a holistic system point of view. And we have learned that without spiritual transformation, we cannot deliver right results. Intellectual and physical results are simply no longer enough. So out of that, the goals for 2050 are slowly emerging. Earth as an ecozone of the universe, relationships as the basis for value creation. And interesting enough, 3 years ago, this was really utopia. And now I can hear it everywhere popping up, that really the essence, even in the most most rigid world, they started talking about relationships as the basis for success and for the quality of life. Of course, responsible stewardship. We are challenging the concepts of leadership. and see if we can transform it into more responsible stewardship, at least of the basic resources that we share on planet Earth. It is in the Year of Water, we learned it's almost a crime to claim the water, the ownership over water. It's really it's calling, the water itself is calling us to move towards more responsible stewardship of the water, and along with other resources that we have. Peace as the foundation for sustainable coexistence. I think Mar has been very clear in that message as well, inviting us that peace is not just absence of war. Peace is thrivability. Peace is flourishment. Peace is love and happiness. I really don't understand why we even think about anything else, where in peace is where we can fully manifest ourselves. And we definitely would like to see 100 countries included in the action on local and global level. Strategies, I'm not going to go too much into it, but building capacities, reconnected with nature, human sensibilities, cultivating them, develop tools, models. We will hear about some of them today, and absolutely cross-pollination, which we will be able to hear some of the networks we engage very closely with. But above all, creating safe space, because within safe space, the best of humanity can come forward. This is just a brief overview of stages that we started to define. I mean, I'm listening to all of you. This is not just in my head, but you're hinting different levels of engagement and interaction. And this is what I've learned from you. So we are in this first sort of proof of concepts stage, which slowly is giving away towards a prototyping, where we could start finally thinking about new structures, starting to implement concrete projects. And I'm hoping that by mid-2030, we will have a chance to, we will have enough knowledge, enough wisdom, enough tools to be able to move to beta testing on a community level. And of course, by 2050, let's hope a serious transformation will take place, and we will contribute a little piece to it and stimulate others to move on. Not to spend too much time on facts, but it's been an incredible couple of years, and there is no words to explain the affection and the gratitude to everyone who co-created that. This is, I don't own any of this. This is the work of all of you, and I'm so privileged to hold space for all these actions and activities to take place. We would like to continue along these lines. Look at what you've created. Podcasts, TV shows. We published the first book, 59 Ecocivilisation sessions, 27 sessions together with our partners, and being present in over 50 events. And I don't even have the information about everywhere that you engage and stimulate colleagues to think towards this paradigm. We use channels, standard channels, but soon we will introduce something that we are co-creating together with our partners. We also launch many products together with you. Most of them will continue to emerge. This is where the real happening and actions are happening. Year of Ubuntu just started this concept of focus topics for the year. And then circular economy continues. We had a year of water. Much more is happening is coming in the next couple of years. Connectathon is proving to be a great concept, which has been developed in partnership with Social Systems Labs, some individuals like Alexander and Ferial, and of course Tim and many others. Then Global Open House with 8.1. It happened. It was an inspirational moment, Ramit. And look at this. I mean, 3 years later, it's still happening, and it's empowering young people to dare to think with their own heads and have their own questions. Circles is the first real product that we're developing together. More partners are joining, and I hope that next year this will be a powerful new tool that will go beyond prototyping. And of course, Civilizations Summit and student research works research projects that are all volunteering, but they contribute to the diversity of our thoughts. Just really quickly, focus for 24-25, continue to expand eco-civilization movement, local adaptive climate living, focusing on resilience, climate change, focusing on adaptation and lifestyle change, system change, focusing on capacity building. And as I mentioned already, for the first time, we will try to attract also some philanthropic partners to be able to deliver concrete projects on the community level. So actions in 2024 will include water and soil. More we will hear later on about World Balance Conference and our very expanded activities in Cuba, HARA sessions to empower the female energies to really emerge much stronger and to deliver its mission in this emerging world. Eco-civilization vocabulary, which is emerging nicely, Connectathon, country level sessions, Eco-civilization Academy, which we hope to introduce by the end of the year, and of course, additional funding, but above all, cross-pollination with other Earth-conscious individuals and networks. So that is really brief, just that you get a sense of dynamics and everything that is can be created in such a short time when people have focus, when people feel the call, and when we actually engage and act upon what we feel is the right thing to do. And here is an excellent moment to invite Deidre's art intervention and her story to be part of this summit. Natasha, please.
Kia ora whanau. Thank you for joining me today and thank you for listening and being here. This is my antidote to AI. I've decided to do everything as hands-on as possible and as low-tech as possible. So here we go. Please bear with. So did you know that shrimp can see more colours than we can? And did you know that all of these paintings are all done from the same 3 colours? So, and look at all the different colours that are coming as a result of just red, yellow and blue. So I can't imagine how psychedelic life is for a shrimp that they can see even more of a colour range than we are aware of. Animals have other senses that we know very little about, and they like horses, tune into the heart of every person within a 300 metre radius, and you become part of their herd, and that's why horse therapy is so successful. And we know dogs also hear things that we don't. But see, all these colours just came from the same red, blue and yellow light. Now these pieces are pieces of a series on communication, because one of the things that we need at the moment is to listen for 15 minutes uninterrupted and then reflect back what we've heard, and then speak for 15 minutes uninterrupted and reflect back what we've heard, in the hope that we can build communication around the world. And I really hope that we can do that. This series of work is based on the Hongi, which is a Maori greeting where we go nose to nose and share each other's life breath, which is essential because that's the stuff of life, you know, it binds our souls together, and it's part of the reason why it's so important to maintain support for Indigenous language and Indigenous customs, because they reconnect us with our emotional intelligence, with things that we have lost and things that we have forgotten. For example, in Gaelic, they would have said somebody had a sadness on them if they were in grief or despair, whereas we tend to say they're depressed, and that's kind of a dead end, whereas we need things that give us hope. And quite often Indigenous cultures still have hope in their language and being and way of negotiating the world, and we could all benefit from that because it will help everyone. There you go. Thank you. Bye.
Excellent. Thank you, Deidre, for this really, really inspiring intervention. And Deidre also asked us, because she's asleep right now, she asked me to share with you that some of the paintings you will see today will be for sale, and 50% of the revenue will go for water projects. So she's not only a painter, but she's a great activist. So I wanted to share that with you. And with this intervention, let me continue with our program. And the next series of presentations will be related to progressive eco-civilization water wings that have in this year, in the year 2023, really delivered a great change on a local level, engaged, really grew, and became an inspiration to many. And it's really important that we acknowledge and discover these vibrant local nodes and learn from them. Sometimes we think, oh, it's impossible to do something. Or I don't have time. I'm too trapped. I'm tired. But then when we hear the stories, we say, well, I can do that. And that's what inspirations are all about. It's to encourage us to show that if something can be done, something can be also repeated with a new inspiration and with a new characteristics. And before I pass the word to Arti, I would like to just share with you a story of one of our dear sisters and very active, extremely active eco-civilization wing from Myanmar. I just received this 2 hours ago. And our dear friend Nini says, "Dear Violeta and all eco-civilization community sisters, I'm in place where I cannot use Zoom video or audio. I can only send text messages and emails. That means no sound or voice allowed. Therefore, I won't be able to join the summit in 2 hours' time. I will view the recording when this situation is over. I send my big hugs and best wishes to you all. Love, Nini." And P.S., 80% of our territory is in open armed conflicts as we speak. So, dear Nini, our thoughts are with you. You have all our love and support. And I hope I speak in the name of all of you. And Nini will be listening and checking the recordings later. So that just reminds us that the world is far away from being peaceful and loving. But if there is a little candle in the dark room, there is light in the room. So we continue to share light, we can continue to share love, and we continue to share beliefs that, yes, we can create society where war is just a history. With that in mind, before we let Arti speak, let us invite again Yuko for a very short introduction and art intervention. Natasha, please.
Hi everyone, this is Yuko again. In the second intervention, let's talk about the area of education and information. That's something that I found it's so fascinating and passionate last year. And as you've attended any of the Eco-Civilizations Year of Water series last year, you know that people who contributed as the speakers are incredible. They shared powerful resources, research, and policy work and strategies that are essential to making changes that we want to make. And some of work are more focused locally, like Dr. Nini's work in Myanmar. Some are focused building global alliances like Connectathon and this summit. And if I could be transparent for a moment, I do get overwhelmed sometimes by the sheer amount of information and the new awareness of what we get to learn from here. And it's really exciting, and I'm eager to learn more. So for someone whose expertise isn't in science or policymaking, or someone who doesn't live in the specific region, art and story can be a powerful educational tool. A great example I want to share is Data Through Design. This was an exhibit that featured 9 artworks and which took place during Open Data Week in New York City last year. And I was hired as a photographer to document and archive their incredible works. And I wanted to read it from our website here. Artists were asked to complicate data trends and commonly held narratives, search for missing people, place, things in data, investigate anomalies and outliers, and draw back the curtain on the invisible hands that shape data to expose, question, and engage the perspective and motives behind data collection. These artists highlighted data from sea level to air pollution, housing crisis, to case of missing people with dementia and Alzheimer. So these work would make you say, where did you find these data? What inspired you to create this? Where can we learn more? Right? These are an invitation for active learning rather than information consumption just pass through left and right. I love the quote by Tony Kate Bambera, "The role of artists is to make revolution irresistible." And artwork like this are an example of that. Art is a language that speaks human. We can translate the research and information to a language of the human experience. When it comes to information and education, I believe that being available isn't enough. We have to actively invite people and make it accessible, easy for people to digest. And I am looking forward to collaborating more with you so that we can inspire people to take empowered actions so that we can make changes together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yuko, for that too. And our dear friend Kurt Carlson would love your intervention and encouragement for active learning. Yes, that's let's continue to create space for this active learning, and let's continue to learn from each other, and also be a good sparring partner in the progressive learnings and progressive thoughts that evolve out of that. And with that, I want to go back to the presentation of our Ecocivilisation wings. And Arti, you are the first in line. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Violetta. Thank you so much. And a bigger thank you to you from the beginning of 2023. That's when we first met, and I think something really clicked well. And I hope I've been able to do justice to that for this last 1 year. So let's look at that in a bit. But before that, Yuko, I've had the pleasure of working with her. She's such a wonderful human being. And something that stuck with me from one of the interventions that we did together was her sentence, her statement that art speaks human. There cannot be a bigger truth than that. And when we talk about speaking human, we are searching for mediums, we're searching for ways, we're searching for lines of thought to engage people through and with, but it's literally that simple. Let's be creative, let's be artistic in whatever capacities, in whatever it is that we do. What also comes to mind is the situation Professor Nini is stuck in. And that is very close to home for all of us because we know her. But in the rest of the world also, when conflict is all around us, I think it just makes a lot of thoughts surface. To the point that Alexander mentioned, that this is a VUCA world. It's a world in conflict constantly since the entire human history. What comes to mind is a very beautiful quote by Nikola Tesla, and I'm not sure if he actually said that, but he did say that life is and will remain an equation, incapable of a solution, but it does contain certain known factors, right? And with that, I'd love to share my presentation and take you through the story since last 1 year. What is it that we learned? What is it that I, as a country chair with the team, this beautiful team that we have, what is it that we learned? I'd like you to introduce some of these amazing people that I'm working with. And in fact, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to work with. Of course, you see me on the screen, but you also see somebody called Parasha Barua. He is a single person army when it comes to content, when it comes to building narratives. And we've had such a wonderful time working for COP28. And I'm going to be talking about that a little later. We also have Nisha and Samir. These are the people who look after one of the most prominent states in our country called Gujarat. And that is where the Prime Minister is also from. So they've been doing some really amazing work. Samir has been deeply invested. He's the head of 5 villages there. So he's been deeply invested in securing electricity and water provisions for these villagers. So this is backbreaking work. It's almost like I get to speak with him once in 3 months. It's that time and effort investing. Nisha also has been invested in capacity development in a huge way. We've got Dr. Arbaz Mushtaq, who takes care of one of the most vulnerable regions in the country, that's Jammu Kashmir. And she's a psychologist and a psychotherapist and works actively with the children at hospitals. Then we've got somebody called Mridula Manasvi. And I'm extremely delighted to tell everybody that she's the youngest state chair in the world. She's all of 16 years old. She's her initiative is present in 15 countries. She's already done 60 keynote sessions since 2020, when she was 14 years old. And she coined this entire concept called Plantera, where she has a Terra bank and she awards Terra coins to people who do climate action or take initiatives in the direction of climate action. So this is such a heartwarming introduction that happened, and it just puts my faith back into the world. And then we've got Rajan, who is also here with us. I don't think so he's on camera, but an amazing human being. He's an anthropologist by education, and he's got, I think, about 30, 40 years of experience working with heavy industries across India and the Middle East, and even in the energy sector. So Mridula and Rajan are the 2 fresh appointees we've got this year, and we hope to really build Ecocivilisation India along with them. So what has been our learning so far? We'll come to that, but we've aligned the entire work that we did this entire year with the 5 entities of eco-civilization: society, beings, consciousness, relationships, and land. How do we tie all of this together in everything that we do? I'd like to share this little quote with you, which literally encapsulates the entire learning we've had the entire year and something we would love to carry forward in the future. The learning is that we are each other's harvest. We are each other's business. We are each other's magnitude and bond. There cannot be anything truer than this, given the fact that right in the beginning, we were led into this exercise where we were supposed to imagine roots going down into the ground, connecting with the trees, roots of the trees. And this entire network, it is a rather human wastage, a wastage of human to not be able to envision that, visualize that, and find your space in that. So these days, one of my favorite things that I'm writing about is social location. How do we recognize our social location to move forward together with everybody? And that being said, I'd also like to give you a couple of stories of things that we did in Ecocivilisation India in 2023. The first story that I have for you is in the context of land, consciousness, relationships. Yes. So there was a summit that was held in India early 2023 called the India Construction Meet. So as a representative of the construction industry, I kind of became greedy for the space and tell the whole community and the fraternity how the industry is compromising the planetary boundaries and that we need some really, really hard switchovers. And these were the 3 things that we spoke about: minimizing conflict with nature, of course, a focus on ESG, and how do we increasingly align with the government schemes that are emerging to ensure that the structures are earthquake-proof, they are calamity-proof, because what happened in Turkey was a big eye-opener for a lot of countries that cut corners in terms of construction quality and thus compromising the lives of peoples and families across. So the first point that you see here, and the second, clean energy focus. When we started talking about this, the outcome of this was that before G20, the first brainstorming meeting that happened by the Indian government on internalizing green hydrogen, I got invited for that brainstorming session. And now we are building something that is going to really look at how green hydrogen is implemented across the country, across the hubs that are coming up. So this is a huge, huge space, a very scary space, I'd be honest with you, to be in, because we are dealing with sharks. And of course, sharks come and grab all the juicy meat first. And then we have to figure out, okay, where do we fit in? But yes, we've got brains and we've got intentions. We see what's wrong with the world. And this is the domain that matters the most. So here we are. The second story I'd like to share with you is of a girl called Baljeet Kaur. She's also known as the India's mountain daughter. Early 2023, when I met her, she was all of 27 with a debt of about 29,100,000 INR, rupees, because nobody was supporting her. There was a legal problem with the contract that was signed, and she was ready to resign from this career. And let me tell you, she's somebody who scaled the Everest twice. She's done Annapurna Mountain, which is one of the most treacherous mountains in the world. This time around, she wanted to do 30,000 kilometers without oxygen as a symbol of telling the world what it means to focus on mental health. And when we disregard mental health, it's almost like being unable to breathe. And during this expedition, this girl was found dead. But she came back. She told herself she's not going to die on the mountain. And as of today, I'm very happy to announce that because of the support that we lent, and I wouldn't say just because of, I mean, I found that to be my duty to support her. She's been adopted by one of the biggest foundations in our country called the Tata Foundation. And till the time she turns 60 years of age, everything is going to be funded for her. This is a story of beings, relationships, how we step up. The next couple of slides you'll see here are some of the work that I did for the United Nations, where there was sufficient representation for eco-civilization also. This was a paper that was almost a 60-page paper talking about how do we need to look at products, supply chains, developmental funding, everything that's a wish list for us in a problematic world today. What are some of the examples that are emerging in the world? In fact, Circles is also a part of this paper. And this paper has been presented at the High-Level Political Forum at New York, beginning mid of 2023, and this has been read by all the member states. So very proud of this work. The second thing that we did, and this was with Yuko, where Yuko actually said, and it's really stuck in my head, Art Speaks Human. This is where I heard her say this first. So we did a hybrid side event at the High-Level Political Forum in New York, which was extremely well received, and we had so much input coming in that the outcome of that input turned into another paper that was submitted to the SDG Summit called Building Unity as a Prerequisite to Achieving the SDGs. Of course, that is a reference point worldwide when we talk about SDGs. And Alexander, we know he wants to work on evolutionary development goals, which is just so promising and something we really need. But as a reference point, we took three pillars of the SDGs, that's nature, society, economy. And we again looked at what are the initiatives taking place worldwide, how do we compile them as a directional database for member states to start looking at alternate mediums. Because let me say this, as a business owner, as an industrialist from medium to heavy range engineering services, I find it very difficult to make a hard switch over when I have 100 people to feed. So I suffer from the fact that there are no options being worked upon or being showcased for me to say, hey, I give this up today so I can take this up today. So I think this is where we need to compile information and all of this work that we're doing. And very happy to, again, have Yuko here as one of the endorsers along with me for this paper. So we are far and out there with the UN member states, Yuko. And the final thing that we've submitted literally on 31st December, before I said Happy New Year to everybody, half an hour before that, I submitted this write-up called Nature Reverent United Global Communities that's going into the Summit of the Future. And there's a hell lot of work coming up for all of us there. So this is about vision building at a level where we know that they're very disconnected. And when I say they, it is the leadership at the level of United Nations and the political class. They're very disconnected. So the big theme that has been worked upon this entire year with the UN, with other interventions is how do we look at nurturing to be able to produce leaders that don't mess up our world? What does it take for us to So the question is, well, hey, it takes a village. And the question I ask is, where is the village? Who's in that village? What are we doing in that village? How are we making things land? So I think all of these initiatives that you see here, they have really marked out. It's almost like, those flickering bright arrows saying go north, go south, go west. So the way forward for us is literally understanding what our duty is, that it is to create that influence and weave narratives that reach the highest to the grassroots change-making agendas and initiatives in India and from India to the world, because we hold the truth. And this is our national motto: one earth, one family, one future. Thank you. Oh, Violetta, you're in mute.
Thank you very much, Arti. Very inspiring and very tangible results. So I can't wait to hear what you guys will do at the end of this year. So, and I hope many will be a co-creative efforts like you have already indicated. Really impressive. But allow me, in spite of this, to move on. And I would like to invite the next speaker, which will be Paola. And I gotta say, Paola has made a little miracle this year. And I think, Paola, you will be inspired by this summit. And I think we will see even more coming at the end of this year. Paola asked me to help her with presentation. Because she would like to speak in Spanish. She is just learning English, and Ecocivilisation is one of her inspirations to learn English, but she's not confident enough. So she prepared presentation in English, but she will speak in Spanish. So Paola, please, the stage is yours, and just let me know when I need to turn the page. And then mute yourself, Paola, please. Hello?
Okay,
Yeah? Okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Paola. I am co-president of the Ecocivilisation Week in Chile. I don't speak English very well, so I will speak in Spanish. I hope you understand me. And before starting the presentation, tell you who I am and who makes up my wing, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be part of this wonderful international event that help us connect and make know what has been progress to date to continue for what with more force. And now I will continue speaking in Spanish during my presentation. Okay. 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 Mi nombre es, perdón. Bueno, como les comentaba, mi nombre es Paola y soy mamá de un hijo adolescente. Soy ingeniera ambiental y diplomada en emprendimiento social. Yo uní estos tres conceptos y creé una empresa socioambiental llamada Eureka, gracias a la cual gané un importante premio llamado Watch Latinoamérica, que está enfocado en mujeres que ven temas de STEM, en áreas STEM, pero que ayuden al planeta enfocado a los ODS, que en el fondo son los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Y bueno, les quería explicar un poquito de qué se trata y luego continuar. Mi emprendimiento, para que lo conozcan, y desde aquí en el fondo fue que yo sé que tuve como la invitación a unirme a este grupo, es porque mi startup tiene una mirada que es socioambiental, y eso hace que la idea es que haya un software en el cual se entregan distintos tipos de beneficios que en el fondo son enfocados en temas ambientales. Y por otro lado están distintos tipos de regalos que están elaborados con distintos productos de mujeres emprendedoras que tienen productos que son elaborados de forma artesanal. Todos, ¿se escucha bien? You can hear me? Okay. Yes, okay, yeah. So, in, for this, o sea, por mi emprendimiento en el fondo llegué a participar de acá de Ecocivilización y Agua, porque tiene que ver en el fondo con poder fomentar que vayamos hacia la equidad de género, a que potenciemos el emprendimiento femenino, a que potenciemos todo lo que tiene que ver con los productos que ayuden a generar menos carbono y así podamos vivir en un mundo más sostenible. Aquí les presento a mi equipo, ¿ya? Ellos son el team de Ecocivilisation and Water en Chile. Yo soy copresidenta en Chile junto a Cote Terré y bueno, hoy en día ya somos 22 miembros dentro del team de Ecocivilisation, entre mujeres y hombres que también nos están apoyando. ¿Ya? Bueno, lo anterior eran los advisors y ahora aquí podemos ver también el resto del equipo que tiene que ver con la región y district share. También hemos ido avanzando en esa área y tenemos personas de distintas edades y eso es muy bueno. Hay mucha diversidad en lo que tiene que ver con lo que cada uno maneja dentro de temas sociales y ambientales y también en temas etarios. Entonces, hay niñas que son muy jóvenes, que tienen 16 años y ya están, por ejemplo, haciendo aplicaciones. Next slide. Okay. Y bueno, aquí podemos ver, ¿cierto? Ya tenemos 4 miembros que nos ayudan en la parte de NIM Club Partner. Ellos son líderes muy importantes acá en Chile y nos ayudan mucho en tener una visión eh, certera de acuerdo a temas que son más ambientales y sociales como más puntuales y ellos en el fondo nos van ayudando con esa asesoría. The next slide, please. Thank you. Bueno, el team está hecho, como les comentaba, con distintos miembros, distintas formas etarias y aquí igual quería comentar, por ejemplo, algunos ejemplos de cómo se ha ido construyendo este team. Por ejemplo, en temas que tienen que ver con innovación, ya ahí tenemos a mujeres que son más jóvenes y ellas, por ejemplo, están avanzando en aplicaciones del celular que ayudan a tener un mejor acceso al agua y también a temas de eficiencia energética. También, por ejemplo, en temas de cambio climático, nos está asesorando y nos entrega harta información relevante y actualizada Marcelo Mena, quien es un prestigioso hoy en día, bueno, speaker y en temas de cambio climático y nos tiene en el fondo también eh, con mucha información relevante de acuerdo a lo que él va conociendo, por ejemplo, la COP28 o distintos indicadores y seminarios que él está planteando respecto al cambio climático y cómo hemos ido avanzando en este tiempo. Y también vemos otro tema muy importante dentro de las personas que están en el team, que es la sustentabilidad. Y ahí, por ejemplo, nosotros tenemos a alguien también muy importante acá en Chile, que ella es la directora ejecutiva de Pacto Global en Chile, que es de la ONU, y también ella en el fondo nos va ayudando y nos va guiando para que podamos estar siempre con información actualizada sobre las distintas temáticas que se están dando. Bueno, estas frases en el fondo que podemos leer acá son los sentimientos que sentimos, lo que nosotros creemos como grupo cuando pensamos en ecocivilización y agua. Ya nosotros en el fondo tenemos como este espíritu de colaboración, ya de que podamos colaborar de forma tanto nacional como internacional y podamos tener una acción importante en temas de sustentabilidad, entendiendo que para poder tener una visión sustentable, primero tenemos que partir desde adentro, desde la conciencia, desde ir mejorando como personas y desde ahí tratando de cambiar un poco mejor el mundo, pero que tenemos que partir desde nosotros y colaborando, siento, avanzando a mejorar todo lo que tenga que ver con todo lo que tenga que ver con la disminución que existe hoy en día en temas de género. Bueno, aquí coloqué algunos tips por si a alguien les sirve para ir ampliando sus alas ya en el país en el que estén. Primero que nada, yo, por ejemplo, lo que hice y lo que estoy haciendo acá es visualizar el tipo de personas que me gustaría que entraran a Ecocivilización y de acuerdo a eso, entonces voy viendo distintos perfiles y distintos también temas como etarios para poder tener una diversidad dentro del equipo. Y de acuerdo a eso, entonces voy viendo en redes sociales, voy a mucha gente que ya ubico, eh, que son bastante conocidos acá en Chile, entonces los puedo invitar por LinkedIn o por redes sociales, correo, y ahí han llegado y se han unido a Ecosolución y Agua. Por otro lado, también yo creo que es muy importante mantener informado al equipo de forma constante, porque cada uno está con sus trabajos, con su agenda, y es importante que haya ojalá alguien ahí, en este caso soy yo, quien está ahí informándoles, contándoles de todas las noticias, las cosas que van pasando en Ecocivilización, para que en el tiempo que tengan en sus agendas puedan ir acomodándose y participen. Y la cuarta opción yo creo que es motivar, juntarnos. Ahí hay unas fotos del equipo. Nosotros nos hemos estado juntando en distintas ocasiones en ambientes como bien amigables para primero conocernos y desde ahí, desde la conversación que se va dando, poder ir pensando en hacer cosas para el futuro. Eso, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Paula. Brave and bold and inclusive. That was really great to hear you. And you are basically one of the youngest country chairs, however, really dive deeply and found sense for so many of your members. And I hope you will make a difference for Chile. And here we are standing by you, holding space for you to dare and hopefully learn from this global community to be able to deliver what you feel is the right thing to do. Thank you very much. And let's now continue, and I invite Sonia to take a stage.
Thank you. And thank you, Paula. You are really a beacon for enlarging the co-creators of Ecocivilization. I'm today delighted that I can present activities and what we have learned in Slovenia, along with Manica Celofiga. She's also a country co-chair from December on. And together, I think we make a perfect team to combine, to really co-create an eco-civilization in Slovenia. I would like just to check if you see my slide. Okay, thank you. So together we have in the last year organized or participated in 8 events. And I would just go through events because in each event we learn something new. The first one was in January, where we visited Marko's Pogacnik workshop. Marko Pogacnik, I think most of you already know him because he was also already taking part of Ecocivilisation meetings. He is the UN ambassador for peace. And at his workshop, we learned that the Earth is creating also a philosphere, not just atmosphere, not just other spheres, but also philosphere. It means that Earth is creating also a field of love. So the profound resonance of love, as you put it, Violeta, it is here, and we hope that it will prevail in the future. So this was the first event. The second we were taking part of in a very active form also was, of course, Connectathon. And together with Manica, we invited our interlocutors from Norway, Germany, and Slovenia to explore how our ancestors were good in conflict resolutions. And from that on, we saw that we can learn a lot from our ancestors. And before we deployed this learning, we also took part of the new water governance paradigm, where we also learned a lot from a global scale and saw what we can bring to Slovenia. From the Connectathon, we saw how important it is to reconnect with the wisdom of our ancestors. And so we started to organize storytelling Mondays. And we started to invite people together in person because we saw this need to be in relationships, to be able to be interactive, to be able to hug each other and so on. And really the response was nice because on this first Storytelling Monday, we got 34 participants. Mind you, Slovenia is more than 8 times smaller than Chile. So take these numbers into consideration, not to mention India. And at that Storytelling Monday, we learned not only that Slovenia also had shamans, but that we also had our name for them, which was Kresnik. And we learned also about the name for wise women, Baba. So we started to use Baba more frequently with the respect for the wisdom that also women are carrying. And of course, then in August, you all heard that we experienced devastating floods in Slovenia. And also the Ecocivilisation team went in different occasions to help to really help to restore at least some of the consequences of this flood. And this was the picture how we had one company. Then in the autumn, in the Connectathon again, we were talking about rites of passages. And again, together with Manica, we were inviting people from Slovenia and from Sami, really on the north of Europe, to share what were the rites of passage in our cultures. And at that time, technology didn't cope to really convey all the wisdom we wanted to convey. So we decided that we need to convey this wisdom in person again. And the next meeting we organized was a meeting to talk about rites of passages also with our ancestors in Slovenia. And again, we invited people to come in person. We have 41 participants at that time, and saw how people are eager to be engaged in a dialogue. And from that on, we saw what were really the lessons learned and how we can expand the circle of co-creators. Because when we invited people from LinkedIn through emails to be co-creators, there were really not a good response. But then we saw if we create opportunities where they can meet, where they can engage, where they can be in a dialogue with others, then with this we create personal connections, and with this trust arises. So after the events organized in the last year, we were able to invite new active members. And this invitation was also kind of learning together, how do we co-create this eco-civilization movement? Because we saw, and we all need to understand that this is not something based on the old structures. And sometimes it is hard to explain people that nobody won't tell them what to do. They need to find what is their passion, what they want to be involved in. And this takes time also to explore together what are the new possibilities of co-creation. And we got a response. Some of new members were prepared to be co-creators of the story. Of course, we organized a meeting with them. And today, the picture of active members in Slovenia looks like this, together, of course, with Manica and me. And we are proud that we have also first man member. And our lesson learned is also that we need to have additional roles for people that are not in a position already to be active members, but they would like to be involved. They would like to be supportive of the movement, although at this moment they don't want to take responsibility to lead or to organize something from themselves. And also from lessons learned, we know what are our intentions for this year. We don't make plans, we just set intentions. And the first meeting will be again with Marko Bogačnik. And note what is the topic of this year's workshop: the rising star of female values. The other intention is that we will support the innovativity in rural areas. And this is something that is organized by FAO on the International Day of Forests. Then in person, we will continue with these events on rites of passages, and we will create meetings also in other Slovenian regions. We also want to be included in rising awareness of biological depreciation, because we don't return to nature 100%, we return only less than 40% of what we exploit from nature. And in September, we want to support and create opportunity to read in the forest. This is Slovenian initiative, and we invite you to read along with us. So combine books and the forest. And one of our new members, she is, her intention is that she will involve more in national development of children and motherhood. And one project that is already running is Vocabulary to Thrive, with 52 words for 52 weeks in this year. Thank you for your attention.
Dear Sonia, thank you very much for this very comprehensive report, and also for this uplifting and engaging plan for this year. So, and as you say, you know, we stand by and be fond of what will emerge, and we cannot even imagine today, but we have a capacity to respond, and that's what matters. So thank you very much. And I would like to move on now to the next speaker. Alice just has an emergency. She sent me a message and she asked to proceed with the next chapter. But if she can join back, she would love to share her story. I didn't invite somebody who made a huge difference a year before. And if I can maybe stop my presentation at this point and see if Ferial is still with us. She just really devoted a lot of her time this year to some amazing projects that she cross-pollinate. But Ferial, maybe a word from you, because you were one of the first who really got engaged on a country level and put Ecocivilisation Scotland together. So what would be your key thoughts? How did you feel? How is the Ecocivilisation of North Scotland today?
Hi there, everyone. So I unfortunately, in about 5 minutes, I have to have a meeting with the president of the Maldives, because we're working on some project there. But for the moment, I will say very few words, but I will say thank you very much, Violetta, for this wonderful opportunity. I was very inspired listening to all of you in the last few hours. I mean, there were moments that, you know, I was really welling up almost, you know, with tears, because I just see that when people really operate from their place of love, that something incredible happens. And I think that for me is probably the thing I take away the most from all our work. If we do this without love, I mean, you guys know the kind of energy, right, that it takes to do what you do. And so for me, I'm just in awe of each and every one of you, because I know what it takes for me. So therefore, I think it's people with really special hearts. And so today, I think that's kind of my thing, Violetta, is really to say, truly thank you, because I know that much of the work that you do, no one sees. And very often it is not, no one says thank you. And when I watched every one of these things, I mean, when I sit and I look at what Ari has done and what, you know, every one of you, it's like just, wow. Right. And so for me, I at the moment, a lot of my energy has been spent working in Living Cities Earth, and we're doing some incredible things. And again, also working with many incredible people like Violetta, Alexander, Tim, and many others in here as well. And it's just inspiring for me, because I think the message I would leave with you today is team and love. Because it's like, if you can have the person next to you have your back. And if you, I mean, there was one thing that came out, Violetta, when you shared, you talked about relationship being, relationship building being best value creation. And I don't want to express that enough, because I remember being in a meeting with two of my co-founders that have been already working together for a number of years. And our meeting was set for 1 hour. Fortunately, some of our other meetings canceled. And so we ended up in a meeting for 4 hours. And I had two grown men in tears and just connecting with each other's hearts. And at the end of it, they said, Ferial, I mean, it wasn't conventional because I'm not a conventional leader, right? I mean, they said, well, the point is you made us see each other's hearts for the first time and we worked together for all these years. And today we truly are brothers and you are truly our sister. And if there's anything you need from us, we are here for you. So what I'm saying to you is that we need that kind of camaraderie with each other because the world is rough out there. The world is hard. The world is cold often, and what a beautiful place when you can come home.
Mm-hmm.
People where you truly experience love. So I think that for me, I would say when we do that, I believe we're going to accomplish phenomenal things together. And so for that, I said that's what I'm also hopefully trying to do in Scotland now here. But I'm finding less and less time with the local stuff and trying to really keep myself grounded here because the global stuff is taking up so much time. But again, Violeta, thank you so much. And thank you all of you for being a part of this with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ferial. And that there's a very strong message in it as well. There is no pressure. I mean, the first phase of eco-civilization movement is 30 years. So if you cannot deliver or you feel, that you have to do other things for a while, that's great because you are enriching yourself, you're empowering yourself. And we are all grateful when you do come back and share your knowledge, share your inspiration. And meanwhile, others are picking it up, but you were one of the first and you set the pace. And I'm really grateful for all the impulses that came from you and from your team. So thank you also to stepping in, and now all the best with your new project. And now it's time to move to the next chapter. It's very exciting because as you can see on the picture, only young people will now speak. So we will hear from so many inspiring young souls, how they see all these movements, how they see us all these to hold space, and do they feel safe? Do they feel inspired? And what are their lessons? And it's really true that these vibes that start to emerge from within are so rich because they are completely unpredictable. But look what they've delivered. This year was incredible. I mean, we started at the end of 2022 with Connectathon, but without this new fresh energy, who knows if we'd be still there. So we will hear from Aparna and Isha, and then Global Open House. The young people have inspired us so much that Ramit even hold the space for 17 hours or 20 hours for young people to speak without taking a break. So that tells volumes. And then together we started to actually dive into something that, if you ask me at the beginning, are you going to really do that? I would say probably not. But we are now already in a prototyping phase of circles, and we'll hear from Tim all about that. International Coalition of Humanity, that's something completely new. I'm not going to say anything because Ramit will explain it, but it's a direct consequence of a heart engagement over something that you couldn't even imagine until you were there in Havana in the middle of the happening. And of course, we will take a very brief look at the learnings from the Year of Water, and we will make an announcement of a new book. So without any further ado, please, Aparna and Isha, the floor is yours.
Aparna, we are not able to hear you.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Oh,
we can.
Hello, everyone. So nice to see all of you here. And thank you so much, Violetta, for not just having us here, but for all of the great conversations that we've had with you, with everyone present here. So just reflecting on that and trying to pack in everything that we've learned in just short of 10 minutes is a big ask, but it feels great to be a part of this conversation anyway, because throughout, ever since Alexander started us off, and even recently, Ferial was talking about Scotland, and I happen to be in Scotland at the moment, and it's been lovely here. But Isha and I were also in conversation about where we would want to start, what we would want to talk about, and what are some of the things we would want to keep mentioning throughout these conversations. And there is a lot that stood out for us. And if I was to explain what we have learned in just one word, I would say we have learned a lot about collaborations. But if I was to explain it in more than a few words, in more than just one word, then I would, of course, invite Isha for it. But before she comes in, some of the themes that have stood out for us in all of the time that we've spent with Connectathon since 2022, and Connectathon is a space that we've created together, and to meet each other twice a year on each of the equinoxes. It has been nothing short of amazing. And two of the words that do stand out for us within that are convergence and divergence. How all of the ideas that can inspire all of us, how all of the connections that we can build, all of the problems we can think about, all of the problems we can solve, all of the solutions that we can come up with, regardless of how we come up with them. And it's been a place of exploration. But Isha, I would want you to take it forward from here.
Yes. A lot of what Aparna has been saying, really resonates with all of us. And in fact, just being a part of, this summit itself, really tells everyone that I was just thinking about it, that a lot of people, or in the corporate spaces or in organizations, in huge institutions, people often have to learn how to be inclusive, and how to accept and embrace diversity. But if you just look around us today on this call, as well as what we often see on Connectathon, is a very organic sense of solidarity that comes across. And in those 24 hours where everybody is really committed, and everybody is giving their time and effort, their conscious selves, and their, complete sense of belonging towards that discussion. And it's actually, it takes quite a lot of effort out of everyone, because we do understand that it's for 24 hours. And it's not just with the co-creators and collaborators who are organizing, or who are making sure that there's a flow, and that the participants or people and members who are attending the Connectathon feel that, but it's almost like an exchange from them as well, that we receive, and we are then driven to the fact that collaboration and the power of coming together like this, without any labels, without any tags of any organizations, without even an individual. It's about the space that we hold, the enabling space that we bring forward. So to kind of briefly summarize, as all of us were sitting together and trying to really note and bring attention to what we've learned, especially from Connectathon, I'd like to walk all of you through a couple of points that have really stood out, right? And one of them, in fact, because every time we finish one Connectathon session, or after the equinox, we all are continuing to reflect, to introspect, to hold on to the thoughts, the responses, the conversations that we've heard. And what we could really see was that there is similarity in terms of issues, frustrations, and all the problems that everybody was facing. It was not just in India, it was also in Cuba, it was also in Slovenia, it was also in Scotland, in Argentina, in Sweden, in South Africa, all across the world. And it was not just, an eye-opener, but it was the experience and the acceptance of the fact that I feel the same and I can resonate with you, I empathize with you, because what you're saying is making sense, and it begins from that becomes the tipping point of the conversation, which is also why everybody continues to stay with each other, because you want to know more, you want to learn more, right? That, okay, the problems you're facing are similar. So what's the solution? Or how are we going to work it out? Or what is the perspective from this? Do I have lessons? Is there wisdom that my community holds, that my civilization holds? And can I go back to it? Can I learn from it and move forward? So from that sense of solidarity, that fraternity, we move to a space of introspection, taking a pause. And a lot of times, this has often happened through questions that we've nudged, or people who come across, from the participants, they nudge us with these questions, and we really are left with questions that then motivate us to keep working, keep moving forward. And this has been consistent in all of the editions, in all of the equinox sessions so far. And in fact, just a while ago, Sonia herself shared with us that how, the tipping point for her and for the Slovenia Eco-Civilization wing was the fact that wisdom is something we already had. We had acquired it. It was just somehow sitting in some other part of our brain, probably a lot of dust accumulated over it, and it was just about, sweeping it away. So, and that comes together when you take those 24 hours, when you set aside everything and sit together, right? In fact, within our editions, with the Connectathon, we do incorporate an opening and a closing ceremony along with an equinox hour, where even if it is just coming back to your breath, it was almost as if we sometimes forget how to breathe. And that sense of breath work just brings you back to, oh, this is relevant. I can feel, my lungs filling up with air, and it's almost meditative, reconnecting with yourself while being on a virtual platform with people across the world. And it may seem, broken or sometimes disconnected, but it didn't feel like that. Even though we were in our 2-dimensional versions, it didn't feel like that. And collaboration, as Aparna rightly pointed out, and what we do see as a larger outcome of the conversations we are having together, is that it's not always about the end goal or the outcome, but sometimes it's also about the sum of all these little parts who are connecting together, who are coming together. And even if it feels, or it to an external third party who's not involved, it may feel like, oh, but you're just having conversations. What's going to come out of that? And well, a lot comes out of that. We, as you will soon see throughout this session, and as you will hear about Circles, the platform that we are really engaging with, and we are so excited for it to, we are excited in this journey as the platform develops. And it's all of these parts who are coming together, who are not just sharing and connecting, but also acting. And when that transition will happen, it will feel organic but it happened because we all sat for 24 hours on a certain day, certain time of the year. And those are the lessons that I personally have learned, of course, this year. But they have been resonating for a while, and perhaps I'm just making everyone conscious about them. So it's really an emerging space where there is so much purity in it, that and so much humanity and organic sense of being, that even when there is divergence or even when there are differences, it doesn't come with a negative emotion or with a negative behavior attached to it, but with a sense of acceptance, with the desire to work through it. And that's how we moved forward. So it really was, I mean, there's so many examples, and I would take up a lot of time if I went into details of that. But yes, a platform and a space where divergence is accepted, and the fact that we have the capacity to solve through them and to move forward. And if a 24-hour space could teach us that, and participants and all of us, believe in that, then I believe Connectathon is not just about discussions. We've already taken so many leaps and steps forward. And we will continue to do so this year as well, on 19th and 20th of March. And it would be wonderful to have this diverse group. And in fact, so many of us are already here. We have Tim, Alexander, Ferial, Violetta, of course. We also have Robert, and all of us work together across various themes, across, bringing out topics that, or conversations and discussions that we know for a fact are pressing. And we keep working towards them with this commitment. So those are, little nuggets that we've learned from Connectathon.
Thank you, Nisha.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was wonderful. And I cannot overemphasize something that you so beautifully said. It's the quality of space that we started to appreciate. And once you have this quality space established, magic happens. Unbelievable things emerge. So yes, we will continue to hold these spaces, and we will continue to engage, and then be just really amazed what will emerge out of it, because our hearts are there, our souls are there, and our minds follow. Thanks a lot for this. And this is a great opening for Kartika to share the learnings from yet another project which has been around pretty much since the beginning of the Ecocivilisation movement, which we called Global Open House. So Kartika, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Violetta. And I think I would like to thank all of you today, because it's morning here in Havana, Cuba. And this has been a beautiful start to the day. And I think as I see all the presentations and everybody talking, I think there's a lot of value in us just doing a recap of everything that we've been up to. And now we kind of see clear connections between what our overall objective is. And I think I'd like to start there with the Global Open House as well, because we talk about working towards the change that the world truly needs. And it starts from us kind of opening ourselves up to the potential of that change, or opening ourselves up to thinking about what that change could be. And it can really only happen if we let our minds and thoughts and ideas wander. And that is what the Global Open House attempts to do. It gives us a space to let our minds wander without having a predetermined agenda, a topic, flow of discussion, or any expectation for that matter. I think I like to go back to potentially the first time I thought about and I talked about Global Open House back in 2021, and I was trying to explain this to a friend of mine. And the first question was that, okay, so what are you going to be talking about? And we're like, oh, we're not really sure. We'll figure it out as we go. And the idea was so baffling to begin with, and that is when we realized that we have forgotten to have conversations without a reason, like without an agenda. What if I just want to speak to you because I have something to say, and I want to listen to what you want to say yourself, without having an expectation of what the result of that conversation is going to be. And when we started on this journey, we ended up having like 12 hours, 13 hours, 14-hour calls, non-stop, continuously, people dropping in and dropping out of it. But just talking about seemingly mundane to allegedly important things. And all of them kind of coming together and building, I mean, a connection was being built, which we did not realize existed before. And I think there was a lot of value for each individual there, because for the first time, they were communicating and thinking about things which wasn't expected of them. And they were just doing it because they felt like it. And I think that is what truly helped us, or at least helped me a lot, to understand what's important to me and where am I going wrong as an individual. And I think that individual bit was quite important as well, because when you become part of a space like Global Open House, you're not, say, the president of a particular organization, or you're not an employee of somebody, you're not just somebody's friend. You're just an individual on your own. You don't hold labels, or you don't belong to boxes. And then you can not just reimagine the way you see the world, but kind of rediscover yourself as well. What is important to you and what's not important to you, and why is the things that are important to you important in the first place. And another thing that I learned to do is to remove value judgments from conversations. For instance, when I'm talking about something like, oh, I snapped at my sister yesterday, and this is a real conversation at the Global Open House, right? So I started talking about, yesterday I was just so irritated that I snapped at my sister, and I yelled at her for asking me a question that she had for 2 times. And then I went into the rabbit hole of wondering as to why I snapped in the first place. And that led us to talk about the conception of time, and how we as human beings are so held up with us having only a limited amount of time, that we often like make concessions to the way we communicate or the way we function, and how that affects the overall quality of life in general. Now, it started from me snapping at my sister, but it truly ended it us trying to figure out why we are living the way we do. And that just truly teaches us that there is no conversation, big or small, that is not important or is a waste of anybody's time. And and this is also that, I mean, structurally speaking, it helps us because nobody's there because they are supposed to be there or they have to be there. Everybody's there because they really want to be there, and they want to be part of a conversation. They want to voice their thoughts and opinions, and at the same time they want to listen to what the other person has to say. And I'm not really sure how many times we truly listen to another individual without already thinking that, oh, this is what the person is about to say, right? And I think it opened my eyes, my brain, my heart open to a lot of people. And I'm very sure it did the same to a lot of other young people, and a lot of other people, irrespective of age, to be fairly honest. And yeah, and the fact that all of us can come together, it I think preps us for what collectively we truly need to be doing. That is not just reimagining the world, but firstly reimagining ourselves. not putting ourselves in boxes and not putting other people in boxes while having a conversation consciously or unconsciously. So I'd like to conclude by saying that I think we've been able to have 11 editions. We've been able to hold 11 editions of Global Open House till now. This year we'll be having 2. And in the spirit of convergence, these 2 will be held right in the middle of the 2 equinox dates where we hold our connectathons. So this will be a perfect time for all of us to engage, be like a bridge to the conversations we should be having today. And so this year, I really hope that we can have more and more people involved in the global open house on 20th June and the 19th December. And with that, I'll not take more of your time. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Kartika, for this really open and direct sharing of your thoughts and feelings, and of course, for the invitation. I mean, not to be mistaken, this Open Global House usually attracts around 50 to 70 people. So it's already a very strong powerhouse, but of course, we do believe there is space for much more diversity and even more sharing. As Kartika said it so nicely, it's spontaneous, it comes from heart, and everybody listens and tries to be supportive and tries to share similar experiences that everybody then can learn from. Thank you very much. And then brings me to Tim. Tim, you've been mentioned several times today already. So what is this? What are these circles all about? And what have you learned through them?
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me okay? Fantastic. I love all the thumbs that go up. First off, it's wonderful to be presented among the young voices, the up-and-coming generation. I plan to live for a long time, like a hobbit. So I think I'm still in my late teens. At least that's how I feel about my approach to life. So something I have learned over these years, that might be how I feel, but I also need to step up and actually live into my beard and become more somber and competent, like, for instance, Alexander. So my beard is by no means as impressive. But I wanted to zoom out a bit, actually, before zooming in on circles. And I have been, since I guess it must have been almost 3 years ago that I heard the term ecocivilization for the first time, through 3 years ago. Can it be 3 years? Maybe 2, from Violetta. And it was like, it just clicked. Everything came into that's it. That's the word I've been looking for, because I sensed, that there's something that needs to happen, that's being beckoned, but I didn't have a word for it. And ecocivilization was such a wonderful term that I was like, yes, that's what we need to work towards. So it's absolutely wonderful that there's so many people and projects happening in this, under this umbrella, or I don't know if umbrella is the right term, actually, because that feels kind of hierarchical and old term, but as part of one of the important hubs and nodes in this mycelium of ours that we are co-creating. And I've been thinking a bit lately about that process that we move through, because you look at like spiral dynamics, and I'm sure pretty much everyone is familiar with how we go from this very early on tribal system that moves, usually hunter-gatherers, obviously hunter-gatherers, because that's how we started, moving through these different phases up to this era that we are in now, which is probably a lot of different eras that are vying for dominance, with top-down control being the only way to organize ourselves. And the only way to organize ourselves on the global scale is to do it the way we do on the national scale, only worse. So there seems to be, like, we haven't quite figured out what is the next stage. Where are we going with this development, or this evolution of ours? And I've been sensing more and more that it's really about going back to our roots, as hunter-gatherers, as a tribe, but as a global tribe, a tribe that encompasses everyone. I just want to see if I can find that wonderful quote. One earth, one family, one future, that RT mentioned. So that is the tribe I think we're moving towards. And in this process of co-creation and evolution that we're in, I think we can move this co-creation forward, or this emergence. We're part of this emergence ourselves, so we can actually build the tools that will create that culture, that will create the eco-civilization we're looking for, which I think is one of the topics or the purposes of the Connectathon, is to really explore this, and all the conversations that I have within eco-civilization, like what are the methods, what are the tools. So that is one of and I see circles as one of the tools, because ultimately what we want to do, we want to create a new operating system, to use a computer term, but I think everyone kind of understands what that means. And what does this do? It has to allocate resources far more efficiently than we can do today. It has to sort of guarantee peace, or secure peace, which I think maybe resource allocation would help with massively. Mitigate conflicts, find the new laws and the new traditions we need to survive as a civilization. So we need to build the tools that will take us there. And what we have on offering today are by and large for-profit tools that aren't designed for the goals we have. They're designed for entirely different purposes, and therefore they have entirely different results. So we simply need to, we're tool makers. This is what we are. And we've allowed other tool makers with other agendas to build the tools that now define us. They can be the Instagrams and the TikToks and the Facebooks and all these ideas. So if we are going to achieve what we are going to achieve, we need to build our own tools. And I think Circles is one of those early tools, early prototypes. It's not the operating system. It won't be the operating system, but it might be something that can help us figure out what the next tool is. So that's sort of the setting for Circles and what we're designing or trying to build. And I didn't really want to, I don't want to take too much time, but let me, rather than showing you around, because that we can save for another time, unless there's time at the end, but to speak to really what we're trying to build. Actually, should I screen share or?
Yes,
okay,
please.
let me.
But if you can be really concise, I would very much appreciate.
Then tell you what, then we'll skip the screen share. That we can always do at a later date. So basically what we want to do is build a platform, and we're using the term circles because everything in nature is circles. Nature is round, the planet is round, the natural form of a bubble is round. That's one reason I don't believe we live on a flat earth. Everything is also connected. So Circles is an attempt to build a social network based on us as individual hubs, and as our communities as hubs with each other, where we can share information, where we can use AI to find each other, to find our tribe, and very much to create the tools to share resources, the surplus we have, to create the connections we need to do the job we choose to get done. And it's not up to Circles to decide what that job is. It's just up to Circles to try to make that process as smooth as possible. And that's, I think, is all I need to say about Circles.
Tim, thank you very much. This really is hope for the future, and a little bit moving away from the corporate controlled environments into more people focused and people owned environments. So I can't wait. And the moment that we launch it officially in an open space. Thank you very much. Ramit, now it's your turn. There is something new cooking in this engaging space of eco-civilization. Please go ahead.
Oh, it's a wonderful thing that is cooking, and hopefully with all the conversations about convergence, we will all converge together at the beginning of next year, collectively in Cuba, Havana, from the 28th to the 31st of January 2025. The story of how we're going to get there is a convergence of many things that began with Violeta coming over to India at the beginning of 2023, in fact. where we were here, Aarti was here, Violetta were here. We were all having conversations about wanting to meet more. It's the first time that at least Aarti, me, and Violetta ended up meeting, and it inspired us to want to meet a lot more. Violetta and I went across immediately thereafter in the month of January itself to Havana, Cuba. And there, again, we met the wonderful Deirdre, whose artwork that you've seen already today. We met Lil Maria, who is now the Ecocivilisation wing for Cuba. And we reached a place where we fell in love with the city, with the country, but more importantly, and what is more important for all of us, with the kind of camaraderie that we actually witnessed there while we were there. And while we were there, while both Violetta and I were sitting there, we thought to ourselves that this is the place where eco-civilization needs to be, where all of us collectively need to be, because there are so many more people like us in that spot. We were there for the World Balance Conference, the 5th International World Balance Conference. It's a conference organized with the support of UNESCO, with Soka Gakkai, many different international organizations. And there are about over 1,100 people who were there at that conference from about, I think, 85 or 86 countries. And each and every one of them was like us. And imagine that. We are here, we're in the high double digits over here, and we so love our company. Now imagine you had 1,100 such people with you physically present, having the same kind of conversations that all of us value and want to nurture in ourselves, in our own lives, in the lives of those around us, right? And as what again everyone's been talking about, labels being removed when we get into this space of ours, right? Whether it's at the Connectathon, whether it's at the Global Open House, whether it's in Eco-Civilization sessions, that was 1,100 people doing exactly the same thing. There were presidents there, there were vice presidents there were academicians, there were philosophers, there were people from all across, all different facets, all accomplished individuals. But there, when they were there, they didn't hold those tags. Right. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is just to get all of you excited for a physical space where all of us can be a part of. Eco-Civilization has been, while we were there, Violetta spoke about Eco-Civilization. She had an entire keynote address that she delivered on everything that Eco-Civilization is, what all of us are doing. And the organizers, they resonated with the idea so much that in 2025, which is the next edition, the 6th World Balance Conference, they've given us an entire day where all of us can spend and hold the space for ourselves within that entire conference of 1,100 plus people. So Eco-Civilization now has an entire day during the 28th to the 31st of January, where we will hold our space, where hopefully all of you will join us, and we will hopefully, over the course of this year, reach out to many, many more people. I just want to also add the fact that this is now transitioning to the year of water and soil for Eco-Civilization. And as part of that, we have already started engagements in Havana, Cuba, in preparation for us to go there in the beginning of next year with initiatives surrounding the year of soil that is being introduced to the year of water now, where we have already started work. Kartika, as you heard, is in Havana, Cuba right now. Lil Maria, who we had met, is also there, who's part of Eco-Civilization. And both of them are creating these spaces where they're promoting urban agriculture, permaculture. Conversation that we had with our dear friend Deirdre, who is also with us in Havana. And they will, over this year, create many spaces utilizing the soil of the city of Havana to grow produce for the people of Havana, so that when we go there, we'll actually be able to see in action the year of water and soil actually transcending to a place where what Eco-Civilization has been speaking of throughout the last year, throughout what we will be speaking about in this year, will practically be seen in Havana. So an invitation again to absolutely everyone to be with us, to join us from the 28th to the 31st of January 2025, to see eco-civilization in action, as Rajni would say.
Thank you, Ramit. I mean, who can refuse this energetic invitation? Thank you very much. And I hope that we will be able in a month or two present a bit more firm agenda with the invitation to all of you to see if you're called to any of these topics and maybe be then present with us in Havana. What is really important to say is that when we walked the streets of Havana, we could not believe there was hardly no gardens, there was hardly no fruit trees around in the country that has at least 2, if not even 3 seasons. I mean, 3 times they can cultivate and deliver the outcomes. So that really inspired us. And that's how now we are focusing on permaculture, on dynamic farming, and to really encourage people to support themselves better with the healthy food. Thanks a lot again. And now and we are running a little bit behind the time. I already see Indra with us. I can see Lev is really texting a lot. But I will shorten my part, which I was planning to dive a bit deeper into what we have learned in the Year of Water. But I will shorten just the whole presentation to the key points, and then we have some exciting messages from my dear friend Rajni Vohra, and then we enter the next level of presentations, which is cross-pollination. So the year was really inspiring. That many topics that we addressed just open up so many new fields and areas where we could engage, but above all, it brought a much broader awareness and consciousness about the complexity of water. We developed, at least I have speak for myself, a much deeper connection with topics related to water, and we learned to really appreciate different levels of relationships. When we address water beyond just being a resource, but water of a being, water of as a communication device, water as an inspiring, dynamic element who is actually around us all the time. And of course, that it will not surprise you that if I tell you how little we know about water. And here are just a couple of course, elements, but one of them that really caught my attention is that today we are drinking water that came from space and it's billions of years old. We are drinking that water. Imagine the place where it originated from. You know, that's why water holds the memory of the universe, and that water we are drinking, and it's becoming part of us. So yes, there is so much more that we could learn from water, and so much more quality relationships that we can develop with water. These are just, I'm not going to read them, of course not, but these are just unbelievable elements of the water has. Water is really very magical being that we cannot explain many of its behaviors. It's still a mystery to us. We can see it, we can feel the consequences, but we don't know why. So plenty of issues to continue to explore and get closer to and develop a deeper relationship with water. We also saw that there are devastating consequences. On one hand, not being able to work with the water qualities, give water enough space to be who she is, because it has its needs, and we overpopulated areas that water needs for to spill over whenever there is a higher quantity. We see that there is, of course, we populated areas where water is just taking over and claiming it. But what worries me that through the irresponsible industrialization, we are breaking the layers which were created on the planet Earth to keep fresh water clean and healthy and non-contaminated. And that is the saddest part, where we still have to get more actions around it and make sure that we continue to appreciate the drinking water and the fresh water. So the facts are very brutal. Just few of them. Approximately 2.2 billion individuals lack access to safe and clean drinking water. Women dedicate around 200 million hours each day to transporting water from its source to households. Shocking, every 2 minutes a woman loses her life during childbirth due to complications arising from the use of contaminated water, related to conditions, of course, like sepsis. So, I mean, is something more dramatic that will awaken us than this? Or can we now finally act? There is really no need for these dramatic figures. There is, for inspiration to engage diplomacy better, is that 300 underground cross-border water sources exist today on planet Earth. Practically all countries share water resources. So this is potential conflict, or is a great opportunity to build cross boundaries and to collaborate and negotiate. And not even speaking how much water, drinking water we use for the industrialization. All these lessons were shocking, and everything is published on Ecocivilisation pages and YouTube channels. So please do go back and listen to the videos, but definitely we will continue to engage over these topics. Clean water for all, deliberate inclusive water governance, women empowerment, and legal rights of, to, and for water are definitely the pressing goals that will lead the way in our engagement in the future. And now I pass the word to Dr. Rajni Vofra, who will make an exciting announcement.
Thank you, Violeta, and good evening, everyone. I'm extremely thrilled to be here, and it is indeed a privilege to be part of Ecocivilisation family and express my views and thoughts over here. So since we are running short of time, so I'll quickly take you through only essential part of the presentation. And so as we all know that here we are specifically talking about water. Here we are specifically talking about a book that we are going to come up with on water. Like last year, we came up with a book on circular economy. So here are a couple of reasons, which led us to launch a book on water again this year. And I would say that I have listed here some of the reasons, but as a matter of fact, the current geopolitical scenario, authoring a book on water is very crucial, for fostering understanding, helping organization agencies, NGOs to make informed decisions. Also, all the webinars that we organized, we took different angles, be it diversity, be it gender, rituals, traditions. So we try to explore all the angles, to understand how water is essential and integrated with every part of life, with every element of life. And one thing is very clear, that just like last year, we wanted this knowledge to be shaped as a consolidated repository of information gathered from multiple webinars, because it provides a structured and organized format for readers to grasp and understand the complex issues. Other than that, a book on water perspective serves as a powerful advocacy tool. And definitely here, I have mentioned a term cross-disciplinary integration, which most of you understand. It is integrating insights from various perspectives into a single publication. And, I want to tell you one of the most fascinating thing about Violeta. she keeps telling me that, Rajni, we are not just authoring books, we are in fact creating a legacy. And this word legacy is very powerful and it keeps motivating me. And it leaves, in fact, it leaves a lasting impact beyond the duration of webinars. And, people may or may not watch webinars, but whosoever is genuinely interested in knowledge, they would always go and check out what is available, because we have ensured that our books are accessible to everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely delighted, extremely thrilled to present the inaugural glimpse of the book, Cover of Water, a metaphorical representation of the theme that we have tried to do with a drop. And we have been inviting authors, writers, experts, advisors in this domain of water to contribute for this book by sharing their unpublished, contributions, minimum of 500 words. And you can contact us, you can reach out to us either via Ecocivilisation contact us page or directly write to me. You can mail to me. And we are definitely looking for and inviting all such people who are experts in this domain. And with this, I end my presentation without taking much of your time. Thank you so much. If you have got any question, please feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Rajni. This was clear and very precise. So let me just repeat the invitation. If you have something to say, something to share on the topic of water, you didn't need to be a speaker at the conference. You are welcome to share it. And we are happy to take it on board. And with a huge attention of Rajni, she is the powerhouse behind this process. And she will have a very professional look at everything that we are doing. And I have to also say that we have some friends, especially from Australia, who want to help, and the team is growing. And I really, really would like to create the legacy of the momentum that we see, this systemic view of water. I was just so inspired that I hope that we can share that with the rest of the world. Okay, so now we are at the beginning of a new chapter, and it's time for a new art intervention. And you probably still recall the inspiration of Deirdre at the beginning. Now it's time to see her again. Natasha, I hope we are ready.
So why art? Art is how I make sense of the world. And it's how a lot of people make sense of the world. It's how people integrate new thoughts and feelings and thinking. That's why art therapy is so useful. But also why you feel so fabulous after you've been dancing. Why your whole body reverberates differently after you've been singing. Because that's what we are naturally called to do. Part of wars was stopping people from singing and dancing. Part of colonization was stopping dancing, and stopping musical instruments, because that's a way of kind of disconnecting people from their soul. And we really need to stay well connected with our souls, because that's how we process all the stuff that's going on. And if we want to make a change in the world, it'll be through art that will help us. It's not a coincidence that it's been used around the world, and that people study art history to understand what has gone on in different cultures, because it provides a way of integrating the experience and moving forward. Again, all these paintings are all done from the same three colours: blue, red and yellow. The other colours that have formed have done so because of the different mix of those colours. That's why you need the experience of making art, so that you find out these things yourself, that you have that physical knowledge at your fingertips, and that you understand and connect with the creativity around you. Look at these hearts. I just love these. I know I'm a bit biased because I made them, but I really love them because look, that was a red line, a blue line, and a yellow line, and look at the way they have moved into different colour forms and into different shapes, and where the colours have merged. You can't see it so well on the video, but there's blues and reds and browns in all those colours, and oranges and greens, because that's what the colour does, and that's what we do to each other every time we meet, every time we connect, every time we understand where somebody else is coming. It's almost like, our colour is flowing into somebody else and their colour is flowing into us, and we will be forever changed as a result of it. And that's why we need art, because that's how we make sense of being alive on the planet, and that's how we move towards making solutions and systems that actually support humanity and all the other living beings on the planet. And I know we can do it because there is an infinite supply of love available, and creativity, and lots of people who really actually just want to play with us, and if we could just stay in that state of play and remember how important it is to play and how important it is to create. It takes courage to create, it takes heart to heal, it takes faith to forgive, but it takes you, above all, it takes you to let yourself play, make the music, sing the song, dance the dance, paint the painting, pot the clay, make the sculpture, write the book, write the poem. You can do it. Thank you.
Wow, Deidre, this was fantastic, and thank you very much for making this absolutely perfect transition to the next phase of today's summit. We are moving into the cross-pollination of progressive ideas, and Indra made such a great move in the last, Indra, 20 years or so, to dare to challenge the structures that also Deidre is talking about. And it is a real honor to introduce all of you, because I truly believe that when collaborative actions cross-pollinate, something wonderful and completely unimaginable from the previous standpoint appears. And that's the beauty of the emergence. And since we've met, Indra, I got so inspired, encouraged, and somehow Ecocivilisation got even a more progressive stand. So it is a real pleasure to invite you to take the floor.
Thank you so much, Violetta. And of course, that is completely mutual. I'm so excited by my relationship with you specifically, but also with all the networks that you've brought. And I hope you don't disappear, because I want to see you there. So I'm really sorry that I'm, just dropping in here, really. And of course, as usual, almost overwhelmed by the quality and the amount of information and the sensory overload of just being amongst everyone here. But I'm going to do my best to give you an insight, or just to give you a slice of what we've been doing at the Alternative UK for the last 10 years, but to give you a real sense of what happened in 2023, because we founded the Alternative UK in 2017 on the question of, if politics is broken, what's the alternative? And some of you may think, oh, politics, right? I'm already turning off. But believe me, that's after 3 decades of moving through, working in the world of the arts, working in the world of conflict transformation, looking at hard and soft power, and looking also internally. I've become a psychotherapist. If you like, I've traveled many different pathways to get to the point where I'm now finally asking the question, what has politics got to do with this, and how can politics make any difference? So I'm going to share my very brief set of slides with you, and hope that somehow I can take you on this journey of 2020 to 2023 with me. So here we go. Just briefly, this idea that planet A is alive. So we were inspired to find a word that, or an idea of a place where we could go and be in our vision together, knowing that Elon Musk was saying to the world, you know, we've trashed this one, let's go to Mars. In the face of that idea, we thought, what is the option? What other way of looking and being on a planet that is clearly dying? Can we bring in this idea that something else is coming? And the idea of planet A is really that we've come to a point in our history where we have the ability together to reconnect with obviously indigenous wisdom, but also our own essential humanity, and bring all of that now to the surface for the first time. Because in this era of the internet and infinite connectivity between us, this actual technological, spiritual, physical, emotional ability to reconnect with the whole has to be named. And we're calling that place where we stand, when we can stand on that conviction, we're calling that place Planet A. And we wanted it to be A, not just because of the alternative, because we want to give a sense that this is the beginning of the alphabet. This is a renewal. It's a regeneration. We're starting again, and that we are regeneration A, and we're being led now by the young people who were born into this era. So just to take you back a little bit into the world that we're familiar with, which, you know, we know this term polycrisis, permacrisis. These were the words that were actually the most famous words of 2022. And we started with that notion. And we said that there was at least 4 elements to it. It's the crisis, the internal crisis of the individual human being. There's the crisis of action, knowing that there are answers, but not knowing what the correct actions are. There's the wider crisis of our shared planet, which is both climate and injustice, and many other terms for the whole crisis that we share together through our culture. And then there's the crisis of our structure. How does all of this relate to power? And when we look at the design of power and we look at the design of our current politics, we'll know that the toxicity and the problems lie within the structure that hold all of this perma and polycrisis in place. But what we discovered when we began our journey of, which was 7 years ago, of asking the question, what is the alternative? We looked at the fact that we can't read about the solutions, we can't have access to the solutions. But if we look carefully enough, and this has really been the work that Violetta's been sharing with all of us, if we look closely enough, we'll see that all over the world, there's this phenomenon of what we call community agency networks, that people all over the world have been working to come together across divides, but at a systemic level. Whether you're talking about transition towns, you're talking about cooperatives, eco-villages, neighborocracy, that actually the sum of our human potential is that we have been coming together and we have been working systemically, and we are beginning to come together in communities, overcoming our divides. And this movement that we have recognized, and I think all of you have been referring, that we now describe it as an eco-civilization, is not a word that belongs to any one group of people. It doesn't belong to us especially. It's a shock, actually, to find how many places this word eco-civilization is appearing in books, in theories of change. But also, for example, it was eye-opening to me to discover how eco-civilization is the political goal of China. And that within China, there's so much initiative going on that has been captured by this word. If anything, eco-civilization, which implies what we call cosmo-local community agency networks, are appearing globally. And that the real question is, how do we organize ourselves around this concept? And what is the politics of that? So in the year 2023, we decided to look at it as 4 distinct entry points to eco-civilization. The top 2 you will see are to do with individual actions of human beings in the places they live. And the bottom 2 are more to do with the broader systemic, cultural, and structural conditions for individuals to act. So what we've done within the Alternative UK is open up what we call incubators for the development of each of these 4 different entry points that are nevertheless always pointing at each other, and they're integrated. Eco-civilization is the integration of these 4 spheres of activity. So you'll be familiar with them. In the top left, this is the world of personal development. It's the world of how does a human being really upgrade themselves to be ready for the future. So that's a whole world. And when I say a world, it's a world of activity, of learning, of publishing, of media. It's a whole world. On the top right, we're referring to there not just the eco-civilization, which is the whole integration of the 4, but what are the actual daily actions? What does an individual human being do day to day if they are part of the eco-civilization? So this focus on being on the territory, being with others, having an action, addresses all sorts of things like, what is my work? How do we work? How do we do citizen action? What is money? How do we spend money? What do we spend money on? What do I eat? The actions part of being an individual is really our focus in the top right. Bottom left is a crucial part of all of this, is how does this news of the new eco-civilization get carried? Because if we're always simply turning to our own daily newspapers, if we're simply turning to the internet as we find it, we will be always overwhelmed by the narratives that are still being pushed by the old system and the old politics. We'll feel hopeless. So the need to bring a new media into being is the focus of the news from Planet A. And finally, this idea of a new political system means that it's not enough to have a new political party taking part in the old system. We actually need a new political system to carry this new development between old and new. So a new political system, I'm just using this great image of 2 legs, 1 body. So the left leg is really about the old system as we know it, which is still, let's face it, holding up the world in its very, vulnerable way. But it is kind of holding things together to the extent that it is. But the right leg really denotes everything that's happening amongst people in the cosmo-local community agency networks, which need to find some sense of autonomous self-organization and governance so that it can put pressure on the old system from within this idea of human evolution. So we're calling that the parallel polis, and we are busy developing a parallel polis from and through all these network of networks that you are all part of. So these are 4 different spheres of activity which are regularly coming together, and every week we are reporting on them and reporting on their progress through what we call the daily alternative. And then the task that we're coming to now is, how do we describe a manifesto for this kind of politics? I'm just obviously just rushing through this. I've probably taken my 10 minutes already. But the question of how do we create the media, the self-governing and the reporting of what we're doing, some of which is going on here today, and really the work of eco-civilization is to keep this going all the time. But how do we come to some decisions about this? And that is the technology that we're currently developing alongside many, many other people, is how to give people a voice and give them the space to deliberate the problems that we're having, and then come to decisions after deliberation. So we're not looking for a kind of direct democracy where everybody can just put up their hand and say yes or no to the questions that are being asked by the old system. We're finding within the community agency networks the technology to help people to deliberate together, to have access to cosmolocal information, and to slowly make decisions for themselves first, and then in connection with the others at a more planetary level. So this is not a small task. We're all in it together. There's, if we were to get out the way, 100 other people will step into the place that we're now occupying. But what happened just at the end of last year is a realization that we had that there's a danger always that we can talk and be what we call systems conveners, always describing what's going on. But unless we ourselves get into a place from which we can experience the reality of being in a community, in a cosmo-local community agency network ourselves, that has political agency, then we won't be able to really share our experience directly with others either. So for that reason, we moved our offices from London to Edinburgh at the end of last year, almost entirely because in Edinburgh, they have a proportional system, which means that any political project would have some agency, whereas in London, a new political project cannot be seen or heard. So that was the big move that we made. We invoked all of the powers that Violetta was describing, and really manifested something much larger than we expected, and much more promising in terms of a space to do this work than we're really prepared for. But now, we're stepping into that and can feel, if you like, the cosmo-localism of our work. So I hope that wasn't too much of a deep dive too fast into what we think is possible. But suffice it to say, our goal of manifesting not only a parallel polis, which is the people coming together and a governance system for making decisions, but a political party that could take place and take part in the political system. But that party itself should be a global party. It should be a global party because in each country, already there's 5 different countries that we know are slowly giving rise to a party like this. We should all be connected to each other. And that continues what we would call the fractal eco-civilizational growth. And that is me.
Whoa. Thank you very much, Indra. This pushed us way beyond where we are standing now. We could see in front of us years and years of exploration, and finally it's getting some tangible elements in place around which some structural work can be organized. That process itself is impressive. And as long as we all can stay faithful to the emergence and not get stuck, I think something very, very special is waiting for us to be discovered and to be implemented. And yes, you gave us so many fruits for thoughts that I hope this is not the last time we engage. And actually, I would like to continue these conversations. We have it, but we need to hear the progress reports more often. So I'm looking forward to our little meeting, and we will that this can get broader visibility and, of course, support. And I'm sure you're open also for the challenging questions along the way, which unfortunately not today, but I think we steered enough minds today that these dialogues will continue to evolve. So thank you very much for this very clear and very focused presentation that is a result of enormous work that's been done in the past. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
And of course, this is a good challenge to the rest of our speakers, because each of them holds a little piece of this jigsaw. And I know that Indra, you will find in the next stories some of the answers and maybe some new vibes that will strengthen your proposals and your visions and your concepts that you just presented to us. I will invite now Lev Gordon. Lev Gordon and I have not been real friends for a long time, but it's incredibly inspiring what he has started with his team. And like Indra is holding the connection between eco-civilization movement and this beautiful alternative UK as eco-civilization wing of UK, but mostly as a good friend. Lev Gordon and I share a lot of people who actually cross-pollinate, but Lev, you started it, so who else to ask? What are you actually involved? What are Living Cities Earth all about? And how eco-civilization and Living Cities Earth coexist, intertwine, inspire each other? But above all, what have you learned since the beginning of the engagement on your incredible project? The stage is yours.
Thank you, Violeta. Thank you, Indra, Isha, and everybody who spoke today. It was really a pleasure to hear all the news, ideas, insights, but maybe more importantly for me, to be in this vibe, right? As I think Violeta mentioned, to be in this special space. It really transformed me over the last 1 hour, I guess, more or less, that I was participating. I have many girls running around in our apartment. I have 2 daughters. They're small, so it feels like 100 little girls running around. So sorry if you hear some noise sometimes, but I'm really inspired by everything, the art, the politics, I mean, the conscious politics and the eco-civilization, all of the activities. We have so many beautiful and amazing people who are now part of the integral initiative I represent today, Living Cities Earth. Ferial, Alexander, Tim, and many of us, Violeta, we are doing lots of different things all across the world. And so I guess I was invited to speak not because I was one of people who started it, but because I have more time, since most of our people really work actively, and I just support sometimes with some little micro projects. But let me quickly, to save our time, share the main idea, then share a few slides, and then to share the main idea again, okay? So if you forget everything I talk and speak about, I think the most important would be that each one of us lives in a community of people, a village, a town, a city, mega city, megapolis. So we discovered about 10 years ago, and we have many different routes to come to the Living Cities Earth, which was created about a year and a half, 2 years ago. So, but many of us have been working for decades on creating those communities of action. I love the CAN acronym that Indra mentioned today, the community action networks. So me personally, I never thought about cities in the past. I was just as, a person, a citizen. I was having some non-profit, for-profit activities in many different countries. And then I discovered that a local mayor asked me to help him develop the strategy for city development, because I was working as director of strategy in a large company. And I thought, wow, we have a voice. Because before I didn't think about it. I thought, oh, there is a mayor, there are some other people who take care of our overall environment, and we take care of our own small, family, organization, etc. There was no talk about Earth at the time. And we discovered that when we come together, when we bring together leaders with inspiring, ideas, with warm hearts, with some ability to act together, to communicate, magic happens, really magic. It's not just a beautiful word. We discovered that when we take ownership of our own environment, be it, a small place or, as a whole city or even larger, our perception changes. So my invitation to all of us within the eco-civilization framework for 23 and 24 to think about how each one of us, but more importantly, all of us together, interconnected, right, interrelated, how we are the magicians who really transform all life around us. And we're demonstrating this today with our event. I'm sure that we all feel, and I saw lots of comments, that we feel inspired, we feel transformed, we feel ready to do things in a different way with a different set of people. So my core message that I will talk about some learnings as well, but for 2024, based on our learnings, we could consciously create additional, connections between our personal collective selves on our beautiful planet A, as Indra mentioned, and really create magic. And we are more powerful than we sometimes think. We feel there are lots of, limitations and some actors which are not particularly conscious, but acting together, we really can transform and use some magical skills. But more importantly, not only it doesn't come individually from us or even collectively from us, but our learning from last year and many years was that when we come together, a larger, let's say, flow of energy, of conscious energy, of action energy comes through our circle, a beautiful term, team and his team have coined for the infrastructure project, the circle. So when we are in a circle, there are more support and more help which will come from visible and invisible sources. So that's the main message, right? And just to share a couple of quick insights and also some action points for the year to come. Let me share my screen if I could. I will quickly run through slides, so don't pay attention to the details, just keep the main message. We're the magicians, together we are bigger magicians and separately. So you see the blue screen, right? Yeah, okay. So Living City Source, we came together as a group, each one of us, or in different constellations, we've been working for years and years on all of those subjects, but together we came together in Amsterdam a year and a half ago. And we see Alexander somewhere over there, and Marilyn Hamilton, who many of us know, and other sort of wonderful people. Today, I think, is the birthday of Anne-Marie Verhoeven. Congratulations, Anne-Marie. And she's also one of the co-founders. We feel that we're at the very beginning of our journey together with Ecocivilisation circles and all the beautiful friends and partners on this planet. So our vision is very simple. One living planet, 10,000 living cities. We are not about cities, that's very important. We're about people, communities, the planet, but cities, we chose that cities are sort of a channel for us to connect with action on the ground. Cities, towns, villages, there are 4 million villages, but we will work with them later on. So now we focus on mostly on the cities and maybe more evolved communities like eco villages, etc. And so we realize that if we develop a natural network of people in those 10,000 cities, using some of their daily concerns, but also some of building on their aspirations, we could really create this eco-civilization or a network of conscious leaders worldwide who step by step move us to a better place. And what we want really is very simple. We have some scientific, of course, papers and books, etc. But in very simple terms, we want people to feel fully alive, to human well. That's Alexander Laszlo's invention, to human well as a verb. To manifest our creative potential, divine potential, you could say. And to live healthy and happy lives in harmony with each other, social aspect, and with nature, right? Ecological, let's say, aspect. Very simple, nothing difficult. We do lots of beautiful things, and we realize that neither 5 of us, nor 55, nor 500 of us, we will not change the whole Earth directly, right? The 10,000 cities, lots of energy, we need to change things. So our focus is to work with local and global leaders of positive change, to support, to inspire them, to empower them, to interconnect them. So everything we do together. It's not a journey that Living Cities Earth is doing as an organization. We're all interconnected in sort of a global action ecosystem, as we say, and together, right, supporting each other, we're all doing this through a variety of actions. our group of co-founders, initially it was, I believe, 17, and then it grew every month. So today it's more than 95, and soon it will be 100 people. We use Sociocracy as the main tool, run different sort of meetings online and offline. In the global action ecosystem, we connect all our projects. We see Ecocivilisation in the top left corner, among many other. Those are just a sample. There are about 50 partners altogether which work together. That's about your Ecocivilisation, global activities, all of the partners. So what we learned, it's very important how we organize our activities, because one thing is to have the logos on the website. Another more important step is to meet from time to time. But how do we interconnect our activities on a daily basis? We're still learning, so all advice is very sort of appreciated. We're looking forward to we had the sort of on the Earth Day in April, we had the first global event last year, and we are coming to the next event. So right after the Connectathon in March, in April, we will all together, of course, with Ecocivilisation and other partners, create the next Earth Day Summit, and we'll discuss how we work together towards the future. And I'll mention just a couple of projects which might be relevant to what we do together next year. So we have several topics. One of them is the happy cities. We chose the term happy, although we had advices to use thriving cities, flourishing cities, but we realized we're not talking to ourselves. We talk to, millions of people. And when we talk to them, we want to use the language they understand the best. And being happy is what every person wants to. The second topic outside of happy cities is the leadership, and we have several leadership programs. We invite everyone to participate in and promote them and sort of co-create, etc. this year. And so those are two main topics. There are others, of course, but happiness in the cities, in the communities, in individual life, and leadership, right? Our active role is what we want to focus on this coming year. So number one, where is now I think okay, I don't know whether you see it. Oops, you might. One of the initiatives, and Indra mentioned how important is it to leverage politics being how we implement our ideas in action on a social scale, right, in a social environment. We're launching Global Mayors Academy, thanks to several of our partners and colleagues worldwide. And we invite, Violeta, we invite you, we invite Indra, we invite many other people who are present today to be part of the speaker series, who will be working with not only mayors, but mayors' teams, so local, basically, governments on the ground worldwide. And our idea is to make it an accessible, useful, and forward-looking platform for people who are responsible for local powers. Another project I want to highlight, what we could do together, is the Future Leaders Program. It's a free program we are currently sort of developing, and we want to offer it to all the future leaders, being the young people in 10,000 cities. High school students primarily, maybe sort of university level students as well, but mostly the high school students. We want to make it a modular program which speaks about, the trends in the world, how you can discover your path in this world, how you can work with others, leadership, communication, team building, project management, etc. So to give the most advanced tools for young people to understand who they are, where they live, and how they can create positive impact on this sort of whole environment. I'll stop here because we have to run with other things. And final and most amazing, still learning from 2023, we had this Earth Day Global Summit with 92 speakers, very smart people like Alexander, like Violeta, like Indra, and other amazing individuals. And when we analyzed what is the outcome, right? There are so many challenges in life, so many problems, so many opportunities. What is the, the simple answer? And we realized that love is the answer. When we feel love inside, when we share it with each other, we have more energy, we have more clarity to act on a local and global scale together. So thank you very much. And we look forward to our journey in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Lev. Thank you for this very impressive presentation of all your activities. And I think that, or feel it's a better word, that listening to all of you, I mean, something is happening in my heart, in my soul, in my brain, the connections. You see how some networks have progressed much further than the others in certain topics, but then you all of a sudden see, wow, we could bring this together and empower, bidirectional, multilateral, multidirectional, with steps that different communities, different networks, different individuals are doing. And that's what nature is all about. That's what life is all about. Maybe humanity has reached a point that can actually dare to make this step. It's so encouraging. It's so encouraging to hear all these stories, and so encouraging to really see that we started to behave like humans, heart to heart, soul to soul. Thank you. And it's a real pleasure to announce the next speaker. And Valerie, you can tell a lot about what was going on and what is going on right now at this summit, and what was going on with all these activities that we shared today. You've been patiently listening to everyone. So, but it's been such an enrichment to meet you, actually in Slovenia, in the art of hosting 10 days event. And your work with the community, hosting the community circles and exploring how communities actually behave and how they come together. It's something that we all can use. So I cannot wait to hear your contribution. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for this invitation. I feel very humbled and very delighted being in this circle. I learned so much in these last 3 hours. And although time is running, I want to invite us all for just a few moments of silence, just a few breaths, just collectively coming into silence for a little bit. Thank you all. I hope this was as nourishing to you as for me. And I feel very happy to be talking after Lev, because in my silent contemplation, this few moments was this word love buzzing for me. And I truly feel it here in this online space, although I only met Violetta in person. But I feel I already know you in a way. And thank you for being curious and listening to my story. I want to share with you in this eco-civilization context, which I got to know via the AMA network that I am coordinating for a German Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam. The AMA network is it's an acronym for A Mindset for the Anthropocene. And they already collaborated with the eco-civilization movement before I met Violetta, with the Chinese and American stream. That is really, really encouraging to know that these movements exist and that there's such beautiful force in this world. So I'm happy to share with you a few slides. Just I need to go on the sharing screen mode, which I can here. Yeah, thank you. So the AMA project, as I said, is a part of a German research institute. My presentation mode.
Bottom right.
Thank you. Yeah, co-creation. Thank you. So what we have learned from the community of practice in 2023 of the AMA network, I want to give you a little bit of context about the project, which was established in 2015 as a research group within that Research Institute for Sustainability in Potsdam, where natural scientists actually realized that that there's a need for nurturing the human mind and heart, and that this is a crucial aspect of moving towards sustainability. So not only scientific data will solve the problems that we are facing, So to say, we are working on transforming the scientific system, since the scientific system is as well in a crisis. So the AMA project is exploring synergies of outer and inner transformation processes and wants to unite fragmented change agents or game changers, as was mentioned here, in these fields. So we see in our team, we see the environmental crisis as a relationship crisis, that we're not in touch with ourselves, with one another, and the planet. So, and the AMA project is unfolding and is strengthened by bringing together change agents and considering the areas of science, reflection, and action alike. So the spheres of knowing, being, and doing. So this is a screenshot of the website that we have, and I'm very thrilled to talk to Tim at one point, or as well other speakers who were here, who are as well working on alternative platforms where we can show our relationality. So the AMA network is a relational approach, and you can see here the mycelium, so to say, of persons, institutions, and publications that address inner transformation processes as well as outer transformation processes. And finally, this wants to be an encouraging tool that when you feel you sit alone with your spirituality or with your reflection processes, that you're not alone and that there are many allies like the Ecocivilisation movement. So our community of practice, what was it about last year that we launched last year? First of all, a community of practice, this is the acronym COP, derives its energy through a shared sense of purpose among participants. So we need to have a common fire that we sit around, so to say. It's relating to real world issues and is by that forming a social structure. And we talk a lot about systems change. And if we don't consider ourselves as being systems, and address the structures that need to change, we can talk a lot about transformation, but nothing will happen, and that can be frustrating. So we can be the change we want to see. So in our case, the purpose was the fertilizing, the integration of science, reflection, and action, as I already said, through the regular exchange among those who are closely related with us from different sectors. So it's interesting that this will be the year of soil, and we see in communities of practice pretty much the fertilizing of the soil so that the seed can land well. And a community of practice is a wonderful tool if it's driven by good intentions. So we invited 12 of our closest partners who are spread around the world. So the AMA project is a global project. From different spheres, hosted regularly 2 hours online in a bi-weekly rhythm. And here you can see a little screenshot of how we chose people. We looked for in academia, spirituality, business, civil society, public sector, and the arts to have a heterogeneous group as possible. Then the types of meetings were rotating between personal reflection and exchange, as well as talking about conceptual topics like having a discourse space on what is transformation to you, and practical peer support. How do I feel when I'm stuck, and what can be done when I feel stuck, for example. And it began in March, and it found it closing in July 2023. So finally, what have we learned was how to establish a non-binding flow by offering a structure and as well letting emergence arise. So this was a great challenge. And we found a very smooth way of trusting one another, that you will show up in these meetings. So finally, we invited 12 people, but 8 people finally created the circle that created a circle that was of trust, that provided a safe enough space for us to open up completely. And as well, seeing different opinions and perspectives as a resource and not as a problem, and having a space for constructive struggle. That was a big learning as well. And finally, supporting each other in our growth as human beings. And there was no pressure to perform in that community of practice. It was a space for nothing, so to say. It was for the sake of coming together, and that got valued a lot. And finally, we closed the circle in summer with the big question, what is spirituality to you, and what are your practices? As well as Alexander said at the beginning, if we don't strive for spiritual transformation, we are not getting very far. So the next community of practice will have the headlining societal transformation as a spiritual practice. Since we asked the participants, we created the 3 circles of action, science, and spirituality to put your dot where you see yourself in your current journey most. And it was very in the middle, so you wanted a bit of everything. but finally a shift as well happened towards spirituality, that there's a great acceptance or great, how do you say, joy of having that space, being able to talk about spirituality as well in a professional setting. And what was very moving as well, we used Miro at certain points to get a little bit of a feeling of the process, that we asked the participants if they could observe meaningful shifts within them, and there was a clear yes. And as well, if they could feel relationships emerge, because we can do it on our own, and as well, that was a success. So yeah, I'm very, very happy to share that little insight with you on this spiritual transformation processes at a German research institute. It's really funny that the science completely got neglected at one point. The people were shouting for action and for spirituality. What I still need to talk about with the leader of my research institute about, but he as well cherishes the spiritual aspect. But it's very courageous actually to do that in this scientific setting. And thank you for all of your contributions today. That as well encouraged me a lot in pursuing that path.
Thank you, Valerie. And I bow to the courage to enter into this fields of cross-connection, and especially in the COVID times, we were missing this spiritual dimension of science being present in the decision-making processes so much. And this is the first time I saw the conclusions of our community of practice, and it's lovely to see the lessons that you were able to draw out of those meetings. So I can see a lot of intertwining topics with different groups where we could all benefit from each other, and especially this next phase, bringing it on the community level, that's going to be really exciting. And I think, Indra, this goes very well with what you're trying to do, and at the same time, the Living Cities Earth, because this is the wisdom and knowledge that you hardly find in books, because you have to dare to venture new fields, and it takes decades before you can see that in some good books written from the objective point. So Valerie, thank you for the contributions. And I really hope we continue to engage. And last but not least, this was a special invitation to Arti. I was following her posts on LinkedIn while she was in COP28, and got very much inspired by her critical view. So at this point, she's not in capacity of Ecocivilisation Wing of India, but more of somebody who's very much engaging with the current world, but is capable of formulating a critical view and not afraid to stepping right in the middle and share the critical view with the establishment, which in a profound way, not to be rejected, but valued for it. So Arti, I hope this is a fair introduction to your contribution.
Oh, wow. Violetta, I still remember that conversation you and I had where you said, Arti, as the country chair, there will be no pressure on you. And I said, I do not take this as pressure. This is a position of empowerment. And I completely hold true to that. And this has been actually extremely encouraging for me to step into these tough spaces. So Indra, Lev, Valerie, I think beautiful presentations. And, the task at hand for us is to articulate exactly what is wrong with us and how we are going right with it, or how we wish to. So articulation becomes a very important aspect of, landing it and letting people consume it and partner with those initiatives. So before I actually get into the presentation, I have a small video for you. So let's look at that.
What does Gaia say to us? I am a gift for you. I give you birth from stardust until I give you death to stardust. While you live, I give you the faculties to explore your science, your art, your culture, your tradition, and more. Make what you will of it. But you do not stand for me as much as I stand for you. You can desecrate my rivers, corrupt my waters, and break my mountains. But remember, you need me more than I need you. So humble down, humble down, humble down.
This was a poem that came to me in one of the conferences at the UN. And this was a planning meet. And that is when I realized that everything that we've been talking about, all the change that we want to bring in from a political point of view, from a unity point of view, from a community point of view, from education, energy, industry systems, all of that. How do we? So I'm a big believer of the institutions mankind has created. And the truth is that they cannot be dismantled overnight or even over a period of time. They have to transform. And what comes to mind is blood transfusion. So when blood transfusion takes place, we do not empty the man and put new blood in. We do that parallelly. So while all of us here, we are co-creating so much, we are thinking about solutions, there are still these traditional spaces where we have to enter and set an example, create a change, be fearless, at times even invite the police at the back of the room, and then say something even more controversial that they decide to leave. This was the experience at COP28, which was wonderful. And with that, I would like to share my presentation. But a good thing that happened, 2 days ago, was that I got my confirmation for the UN Women CSW 64. That's happening in March. So Violetta, the agenda of water and women is one of the themes that I plan to take up at this conference. So before COP started, 2 days before COP started, we had something called the Dubai Future Forum. And this was held at one of the iconic buildings in Dubai that everybody's familiar with or would have seen in pictures. And this was interesting because I saw these high-level places converge, come together, and deliberate on certain themes that we are scared of, and specifically in the context of AI and technology, and all the fear that is there against it. And right at the center of all of this stood inner development. So starting from how gene therapies are going to be, a complete no-no, and we have to have ethical teams, and how do we look at redefining currency systems, with the rise of AI and everything under the sun that you can imagine. For 2 days, this conversation was on. And I found myself highly under-equipped, yet sufficiently equipped based on the last 1 year of work that I've been doing with everybody at Ecocivilisation, that I had a couple of examples to cite. Hey, if you're interested in looking at, how do you get the right people together, then Circles is the platform. Would you want to explore? It's in the beta phase. So the work that I did at COP28 this time was really knocking at doors with whatever I've been equipped with in the last 1 year with Ecocivilisation and the extended networks. And here we made a lot of friends. Then started COP. We did our first workshop on unity and well-being at the Youth Action Hub. Now here we had students, we had visitors, we had some of the delegates also coming in and joining in. And the theme that we had kept, and we divided the entire group. It's a big bunch of about, I think, 70 people. We divided them into different groups. We asked them to go in the garden and get together and actually talk about the wish list in terms of climate action, in terms of funding, in terms of political outfits and how they're acting or not acting. So, and interestingly, we had already done a paper on unity that was submitted to the High-Level Political Forum and the SDG Summit, which had everything to do with harmonizing our practices and our ways of the world with nature. how do we recognize laws of nature? So Indra, when you were talking about those questions, the laws of nature manifesto is another emergent concept, which actually says that get into spaces, identify the questions that need to be asked, articulate them, and then ask them. And that is how you're going to start that transfusion that has to happen in the mindset and the heart set space. The next thing that we did at COP was really taking it to the schools, taking it to the children. So there was this interesting school in UAE, in Abu Dhabi, in fact. The principal turned out to be a very close friend of mine. And we did this workshop there and all based on design thinking. So these kids made 1-minute films. So they shot the film, they went for a location recce, they did a whole lot of work in terms of making that 1-minute film in about 45 minutes. And the outcome was that these films were definitely peer reviewed and students were so encouraging of each other. And this is what they came up with: public healthcare, waste management, food security. Public healthcare was so beautiful, they said that there are certain vulnerable regions in the world where medical equipment does not reach and people die in numbers. So how do we look at this as a problem? Because there are children who are sensitive or exposed to these kind of realities. Maybe they come from certain other countries. So this is how we're taking it under the banner of United Nations and the fact that member states converge in these spaces. This is how we are creating advocacy. We're taking it to spaces and places and people who can then be at least nudged to think differently. Like I said, and hijacking, Alexander's reference to Lord of the Rings, it's not the Tower of Sauron that we can bring down, and even though we want to, right? So how do we let it shine a different light? Creative Elo, and I believe Parashar is here. So Parashar is the denim chair with me for India, and he's also a filmmaker and a wonderful human being who actually, did the entire production single-handedly for this entire event. So this bike that you see, it's been developed by Youth for Planet in Luxembourg, and we were working with them to really, do the crew orientation. How do you engage with the dignitaries? How do you capture a bite? How do you create media? How do you ask them tough questions and get their responses? And all of this was being relayed live at the COP28. So complete media management, and Parashar really did such a wonderful job. We then had a space in the Greening Education Pavilion where we actually spoke about two big themes. One is that let us start understanding the brain physiology for better engagement skills and basis of interaction and communication with students and young people. We have that absent. We have it, so families come together because they can or they want to, but there's really no direction in terms of what all we've understood so far. We're not applying it in the right spaces. So the second big thing that came out of this discussion was that how do we start nurturing better leaders as better human beings? So there's something wrong in the village. The village has people, they're just hanging around, but they're not really coming together to be the village that is necessary for this kind of nurturing. So we ended up saying something extremely controversial there. And I'd love to cite it here so that it builds a little faith in the fact that we're the right people coming together. So I did say that if you look at any leader in the world who's got his finger on the button and wants to destroy the world, it's clearly a product of poor nurturing and disturbed childhood. So how do we mitigate those things? Do we have frameworks of engagement in our systems? No. So let us look at alternatives, and Be Well was something that I'm very fond of it because I developed it. So we modeled it around the idea of that engagement. The next thing we did was IPCC coverage. So IPCC has come up with this first of its kind engagement with children, where they have a new guideline. How do they get children to start reporting on climate change and action worldwide for children? So it is about getting a youth representation in a system that's otherwise been so closed. And lovely interaction. We observed the vice chair actually give them such humanistic direction on understanding climate and how should they translate their observations into metrics and numbers and units of measurement that are context-based and not just from physics. So this was a lovely direction that happened. Then, of course, one of the last things we did was representing Ecocivilisation and the UN Commons Cluster at the Faith Pavilion, talking about unity in the context of harmony with nature and the laws, adherence to laws of nature across society, economy, and the very fact that we are nature. So, and one interesting thing, this was again Parashar's work. and I'd love to talk about it because this was at the Extreme Hangout with a singer-songwriter called Corinne Gibbons. And you see her in the red in the left. And we had multiple participations from across the globe. We received the recording for the song from across the world. And this green screen that you see where it says Global Youth Chair, this is where the entire film was presented, while what you see on the right, bottom right, we had actual students participating. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and actually play the song for you, because this is what we've been talking about, that it's going to take all of us. So let's hear it. If you can just give me a second, I will get back on this screen. Where is it? Yep.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world.
It's gonna take all of us to make a change.
It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us to make a change. All of us can heal this world. It's gonna take all of us to make a change. Distractions in the world today, filling up our minds, making us look the other way. Everyone's trying just to get ahead, but at the cost of the planet. Yeah, she's in the red. Well, stand up and shut up, cause all of it's gonna just fade away. Caring for a home is the only way. You are the key that can make the change. It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us to make a change. All of us can heal this world. It's gonna take all of us. It's gonna take all of us to heal this world. It's gonna take all of us to make a change. All of us can heal this world. It's gonna take all of us living in the world.
You're muted.
This is what is the answer. And yes, I think it is all about the intention that we bring in, because I like I always say that we've got enough Vedas, enough Upanishads, enough of these scriptures and scientific writings. We've got enough wisdom. We are at a juncture where we all need to put that together and become a part of the thinking, the planning, the execution, the coming together, the picking up of the bricks and the laying it down, all of it and all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Arti, for this different review of COP28. I think this is the edge where we all have an opportunity to engage and influence the transitions that we are talking about. As you said, we cannot just bring all the towers down, but we can help them to transition as well. So, and Indra has been on your side since the beginning, and I got this wisdom first from her. I more and more, I believe so that we are, of course, the change we're waiting for, but somehow we do have a responsibility for transitions as well. We cannot just start from zero ground. We have the legacies and we got to manage them responsibly and not to cause even more troubles. So wonderful. Thank you very much. And that kind of brought us nicely to the end of this segment. And now I know you've been with us for 4 hours already. So this is amazing. We have, which is not surprising, extended this for half an hour more than it was initially planned. But I would like to invite you to stay with me for just a little bit longer, because I do want to say some words of appreciations for certain people who actually been with the movement since the beginning and have influenced greatly the results that we were all able to see today emerging. But before that, I just realized that Deirdre is here already now with us, which means there is morning in New Zealand. And we would like to thank you, Deirdre, because we watched 2 of your videos already. And now we're going to see the 3rd one. And I can say in the name of all that we really, really enjoyed them. So before we move to the last section, which will be much shorter than any of the previous ones, I would like to invite Natasha to screen one more time Deirdre's contribution.
There are peoples, other humans, in refugee camps for 8 years because of wars they did not start. There are people carrying water for miles to drink and wash clothes in hand basins and to cook over open fires. There are other humans struggling with the contamination of war left over generations after they've been and gone. And at some point we have to recognise and honour the fact that wars are being carried out in our name and we're being hoodwinked into believing that they're justifiable when they're not. They're never justifiable. Any war is a sign of complete insanity because it means that somebody somewhere is making an obscene amount of money off literally the lives of other people, and we don't need to do that anymore. We need to create peaceful worlds, which we can. We can retrain all of our soldiers in permaculture, so when they come in for basic training they learn about permaculture, non-violent communication, alternatives to violence, mindfulness, emergency mental health first aid, and we support those young people and we support returned veterans to come back and learn permaculture design and those things so they can go and help people build homes, plumb water, carry water so people don't have to be carrying water. And also it means that the mental health of our return service people will be better because having their hands on the earth creates all those lovely endorphins and stuff, and it also gives them a better sense of purpose and will restore them from the illegitimate wars that they've been engaged in. So it's a win-win, and we can do that, and we can do that now. And I hope you will join me in calling for all military activity to cease and for us to build a future that is not dependent on military cash wins, but actually we redirect all that money into making sure that everyone in the world has a clean, healthy, supportive water environment, has food sovereignty, and has happy, healthy relationships, and that people get time to heal the hurt of past traumas and go forward into a future that's just wonderful. Thank you. Lots of love. Bye.
Thank you one more time, dear Deirdre, for your wonderful contributions, and you always touch our hearts with your work. So please keep going and please keep creating stories. I know I pushed you a little bit this time because I said, Deirdre, please create stories. Use your art and tell us a story. And look what a wonderful stories came out of it. So please continue to do so. And that brings us to the last part. As I said, there's been 3.5 years, but it feels like 20 years of engagement. And I still remember the first night when the model of eco-civilization emerged from the collective, and I was chosen to share it with all of you, with the global community. And it was a wonderful feeling to get the response, especially for many colleagues that I've known before, and all the encouragements that came that we collectively then started to walk the path. And I think that the words stand for this kind of acknowledgement, for fortifying stronger foundations towards our future. And it's really an honor and privilege to express a heartfelt thank you to all who have kept the ember of our aspirations burning bright. I know that it's always hard where to draw a line, because everybody contributes and you never know who has the biggest impact. Sometimes just a shared word can make a colossal change. And we are yet to learn about that too and get sensitive. But still, I would like to now present a few words to those that stood by me at the beginning when that was still my story, and those who helped me to create a story for all of us. This hasn't been my story for a long time, and I'm just privileged to hold the space. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to those that are neither chairs or wings, but they've been with us all along. And these are the people who made a difference in my life and came and engaged. They share their energy, they share their thoughts from this moment that we've met. I really owe them a lot to be able to walk this path and hold the space. So this deep appreciation, I'd like to say, first of all, to Alexander Laszlo, who actually is really responsible for me ever thinking about civilizational paradigms, and ever even thinking that we can be the ones who will lead a change. And Alexander, I will never forget our year of preparations for Vietnam Global Summit of International System Science Societies. So a deep thank you. And I will mail you this, of course. But if you want to say a word or two, please, now is the moment.
Oh my gosh. The honor, the deep honor, the gratitude, the appreciation for us. So, and you know, Violetta, I think what we're saying here is that none of us is as smart as all of us, and that this has emerged because of our beautiful dance together. So thank you for being such an amazing dance partner.
Thank you, Alexander. And I hope this is just a new foundation for future vibrations. So this is not to say goodbye, but to actually engage with you even stronger and with the even stronger vibe in this new emerging world that we co-create for ourselves. The next one is Dr. Harbina Aurora Rai. I'm not sure if you all know it, but 2.5 years ago, I received, or maybe it's been in 2021, I received this strange call from Harbin saying, well, would you like to come and speak as a guest speaker at our global conference of WEF? And I just moved away from WEF Davos, and I said, maybe not, but then she explained, no, this is Women Economic Forum. And everything else was the past. A few months later, this 100 women with 100 projects for prosperity of the world was created, and Ecocivilisation was invited to join this incredible movement. And I'm probably would never dare to step in a global arena with all these international wings as boldly without her support and without her encouragement. So because she could not be with us, I bow to all our Indian friends that are still with us, but it's really late in India, and she just shared with us a short video. So Natasha, please.
Hello, namaste everyone. Congratulations to all for the wonderful recognitions taking place today at the G100 wing of Eco-Civilization and Water. My regards to Excellency Violeta Bulc, the Global Chair for the Wing, all the country chairs, the region chairs, the city chairs, the advisory council members, the Denim Club partners, members, everyone. This wing is so much about co-creation and encouraging the best in one another. And I love the word encourage, because it's about enabling the courage in one another. And that's what these moments of recognitions do. Awaken in us the self-awareness that yes, I can, that yes, we can together as a collective, as an individual. It strengthens our self-belief. It strengthens the belief in the power of togetherness to move mountains, literally, as we all have been doing in the past years. So here's a moment to take a break, take a pause, take a deep breath and inhalation inside to absorb all the wonderful things that each one of us have been bringing to the table, adding to this common pool of empowerment, building it, nourishing it, drinking from it, taking from it. So thank you, each one of you, for all you do, for who you are and what you bring to this beautiful global collective. And if all the world would be like this beautiful extended family, the way you all are, wouldn't so many of our troubles just disappear? Thank you for being the role models of a model society that can be, that is, that you are. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. And we will mail this to our dear friend tomorrow, but she's been aware of it. There's been a little mistake in her name, and we will change that as well. I apologize for that. And the next one is to a friend who appeared from nowhere and sticked around and is always there, no matter what time it is. He's always there to talk. He's always there to engage, and we've done some amazing things together. And as you have heard today, more is emerging. So Ramit, thank you for your friendship, and thank you for constant inspiration, and above all for constant, really valuable support. So that's all I can say. Otherwise, I'm gonna get emotional. So now the word is yours.
I think just appreciation for everyone who's on this call and everyone who's been with us throughout these 3.5 years of Ecocivilisation, Violeta. We actually have Harbeen to thank for this, just to thank for you and I getting to know each other, because it was at the WEF where both of us were speaking and we eventually ended up talking, and then thereafter everything else is history, really. But genuinely appreciation for everybody on this call and everyone who has been with us for the last 3.5+ years. And there's a lot more to do and a lot more to be together for, all of us.
Thank you, Ramit. Thank you very much. And again, as I said to Alexander, and it applies to everyone, this is just to make the foundation even more solid that we can build on in the future. The next one is a lady I also met through G100 network, but she surprised me, and she keeps surprising me on all levels. Probably one of the most active chairs, organizing all the time sessions, encouraging us to engage and share our learnings and our thoughts. So Myra, it's been an incredible privilege to engage with you, to work with you. We already had twice opportunity to meet, but always something came in between, but that keeps the inspiration even higher and stronger. So I know that in one of these days we will be able to hug for real. So maybe a quick word from you as well.
Thank you, Violeta. You know, the first time that I approach you and invite you to an event, the first things I say to you is, I don't know if this event is enough for you, because you are a relevant person, and I don't know if you would like to join me. And you were surprised and quite offended, for my suggestion that you were not up to the event. And I always keep that in mind, because you are an inclusive leader. You are the model, a role model to follow of new leaders in creative. So for me, it have always been an honor of this sustainable support. Well, is your support to us for Geo100 Global Networking, and you also motivate me, support me, and this is something that it says we are not just discussing about change, we implement it. That's why we make this mix of professional relation, expertise, but also feelings, also the capacity to feel the goodwill, to feel solidarity with people that, as you say, we have never met. So thank you for that, for this commitment from the heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mar, and as it applies to you too, that's just the next step in the process of your stronger and more fruitful engagement. Well, I don't even know exactly when I met Tim for the first time, but it feels like I've known him for life and all the time. So Tim is one of those people who also really listens, and he wants to, every time we meet, he wants to us collectively get on the next level, be better, and deliver better things. So Tim, thank you very much for contributions to the movement and to the fact that you pushed us even further, that you showed us that we could deliver tools together, we could dare to manifest very concrete results of our new visions and our new inspirations. So I'm very grateful for everything we've done together, and even more excited about things that now, in collaboration with others, we continue to deliver. This is the moment for you.
Thank you so much. This was actually an unexpected honor. I'm very flattered, and we'll right back at you, Violeta. Something I really appreciate with you personally is how you honor the vision. Whenever I'm like, oh, maybe it's not so important, you're, no, Tim, this is important. You bring structure. You take time out of your very busy day to sit with me and go over, various details of things and you lift me to a way more professional level. So it's a huge honor to be honored in this way. And my only regret for last year was that I didn't get to come and visit you in your home this last summer. But hopefully this 2024 I shall make darn sure that I come and visit you and give you a proper hug. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
And everyone else.
Thank you. And our engagement continues, of course, and we're going to be around for many years. So there's going to be much more coming out of this. Thanks. So this really concludes one group that actually is emerging on the edge, but I cannot imagine Ecocivilisation without you guys. So thanks a lot. And here is the last intervention from Yuko, who is always a bit provocative, but at the same time inspiring.
Hello, everyone. It's Yuko again. So this is our final intervention, and let's talk about narrative shift. It's one of my favorite. Dear Asian Girl was a short documentary film that I produced that has been selected for various film festivals last year, and I am so grateful for all my team and the people who have supported this project and this community. Thank you so much for your support. And this film was created to amplify the voice of Asian community and theater makers. And one of the first time I shared this film with my colleague, who is an African-American theater maker. And he told me this, and I still remember, I casted 2 Asian actors in my new show yesterday because of your film. And I never thought to see Asian people that way. And that was such a powerful experience for me because I got to witness someone consciously make a different choice in their life. That's the power of art. Art challenges us to dig deeper into our own narratives and beliefs. It invites us to see things beyond what we thought is possible for us. And it reminds us that we're not alone and we're in this together. And it's easier said than done, and because we can't ignore what is actually going on in the world. And let's admit that it's pretty ugly. But if we lose the ability to imagine what better future looks like, that's a big problem, and we can't afford to do that. And we have to be courageous enough to show up with a braver love. So I would love to conclude my interventions with sharing my new project, Braver Love. Again, thank you so much, everyone, for letting me share this space, and thank you so much for showing up and being who you are. And I am so excited to continue working with you and being on this journey with you.
It's scary because you're, again, it's like putting yourself out there all the time, but then you have to realize that you got to listen to your call.
I didn't start filming because I liked film. I started filming so I could get access to shows I couldn't afford to go see. People who run it think it needs to change. If the people who aren't participating think it needs to change, why isn't it changing?
I was constantly being told I didn't fit in. I really do believe that being mixed Asian, or just being mixed in general, is a superpower, and that you bridge cultures and creeds and basically everything.
I was raised by a village. Food was the center of everything, and that resonated with me. Everything was shared. It was a community-based environment.
The human spirit can get through a lot. And the only way we could get through it is by being a community and all working together.
If I can just empower one person, that's all that matters.
We didn't get it right from the very beginning. It has been a learning process, and we've progressed and changed things along the way as we have learned.
Greatness doesn't come without taking great risks.
Beautiful. No words, really. And allow me with this lovely introduction to move to the next part of recognition. You've heard them today. They are the ones who really are sending strong messages to the world that what many of the speakers today were talking actually is not just theoretical, but practical work. Local engagement with a global vision. That's what this is all about. And every local engagement has its own view how to manifest this vision, where to start manifesting it, and how to start manifesting it. And that is the beauty of life and diversity. And without local engagements, we're not going to get any results done. So thank you very much, dear Wings, Slovenia, Scotland, India, Chile, and our dear friend from Myanmar who could not be today with us. I would like to present you with a special certificate of recognition for the growth of local eco-civilization networks and way more beyond that. So if any of you is ready to say a word, please come and share your thoughts.
If I may.
Please.
Violeta, it's been really a pleasure and gratitude to be intertwined for decades, but I still vividly remember this April when you sent me the model of Ecocivilisation. I said, yes, this is this. Because I always knew that you are made for global stories. And I'm really happy to be able to co-create this with you, with all of us. And just to say how connected we are. This week in the vocabulary to thrive is the week of the word joy. And the ambassador for joy is Dr. Harbin Arora. Everything is connected. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Violetta, I would like to come in. Thank you so much for this lovely, space that you've created for so many of us. And in fact, before you, I would actually like to thank Ferial, because Ferial was the one who led me to you. So thank you so much, Ferial. It's been one hell of a beautiful ride so far, and I really look forward to what's coming up next. And I can see it's humongous, and it's going to be, like Sonia said, completely joyful. But beyond that, I think it would not have been possible if all of us together were not guiding people like me. So when I was new, I had all of you to guide me to create, to be inviting enough, to be so accommodating. It's really all about the heart. So we can be extremely powerful, we can be strong, we can be strong-headed, but it is literally this love and this compassion, this joy that we get inside to create space for other people. I think that's where I was called in. So thank you so much, Violetta, for that. And Alexander and Tim, and who else can I see on my screen? Jamit, just about everybody.
Thank you, Arti. Thank you for who you are, and just keep evolving, and we will evolve with you.
Thank you.
Do we still have anybody else with us from this group? Ferial, are you still here?
I'm so.
Yes. Paula, please.
I stay surprised, and I'm very happy for this because I work with all my heart, with all my soul, because it's so important for me is work for a planet more more sustainable, yes. And this is a great
Recognition.
yes, yes, recognition for this work that is voluntary, but is with all my heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you, and all the best to your entire team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if nobody else from that group, we will mail you all the certificates. I'd like to come to the last one. There's been so much vibrations and support all over. And maybe they don't lead the national wings, maybe they are not the head of their networks, but they are indispensable. And you could see them at all of our events. You could see them today, and the movement would just not be the same without all of you. And Rajni's been with me since the beginning. She was one of the first who said, "Me too," besides Sonia and of course old friends, Alexander and similar. But and we have a history, Rajni, of frustrations and happiness and many engagements, but it's been every step along the way, it's been really rewarding. So thank you for your contribution.
Thank
Really.
you. Thank you so much.
Eleftheria has been with me from the beginning as well. And I'm not going to go all the way back to our history, but, you know, all the vibrations we shared brought her to Slovenia. And she moved from South Africa to Slovenia, and now she's here. And we could already see the change in the society because of her being present here. So, and I will, of course, invite you all to speak, but I just want to share quickly this incredible, very focused impacts that all of you have. Florence surprised me. I mean, Florence just said, oh, I'm going to do it. And she organized local events, and she is in action. And Florence, I am immensely grateful for your energy, for your local leadership. And I would love to encourage you to build a network around you, because you can make such a big change. So thank you for all the positive vibes. Coley, I know you're studying now, you're getting smarter and smarter, but your childish innocence have created a change in Africa. You brought so many inspiring people on board, and at the end became co-chair for Zimbabwe. And I wish you all the best. I know you're not with us today, but we will mail you the certificate, and I hope you will join us again and come back when you finish your master degree. You've heard about Yuko so much. She was one of the early wings as well, and she's always there. Whenever we talk about art and we want to include art, she's an ambassador, because art is for her life, but she also understands it as a driver of social transformation, and her contribution speaks for itself. So I'm immensely grateful, Yuko, to you and to your contributions, and the way how you've been bringing art into the circle. Alice, unbelievable. This lady stands so strong in her energy, and I was really happy she accepted the coordination as an ambassador for Africa. And she also always is there when we need active presence of Africa. She's there to help. So, dear Alice, really, really happy to have you in the circle. And I hope we're going to continue to expand the Africa Network and get the values that you represent forward, and through all of you, the representatives of Africa, get to know Africa from a different perspective, from the heart of Africa. Manica, it's incredible how well you engaged and how many positive vibes you brought, not only to the Slovenian wings, but overall. So this is a big thank you to you as well. For the contribution and potentials that you have. I know that you and Sonia will continue to explore this landscape of eco-civilization, and we will learn a lot from you in the future as well. Last but not least, I don't know what I would do without Natasha. And I think you all feel her. She's present everywhere. She's all the time there. She's holding the space for us when we do different conferences, when we do events, prepares all the posters. And she is immensely patient with all the coordinations and way too many emails that we exchange before we agree on something. So Natasha, this is really a big thank you to you, a public acknowledgement of your contribution, and I hope we'll continue to engage fruitfully in the future as well. So now I'm inviting, I'm not sure who's still present because I don't see you all, but I'm inviting whoever wants to speak from this group to share your thoughts.
Actually, I'm falling short of superlatives and adjectives about Violeta, to be very frank, because you have been already called a role model, you know, an inspirational figure. And I mean, the only term that comes to my mind at this moment is immense gratitude, and thank you so much for all the learnings that I imbibe through you. Thank you so much from bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Rani. But you know, the learning goes both ways. As I said, it's hard to really always nail the positive impacts that we make on each other and for each other. But as long as there is a heart connection, we know.
I know, yeah, absolutely.
Anybody else? Florence, are you still with us? Natasha?
I'm here. Violeta, thank you very much. It's been a marathon, not only today with this webinar and summit, but also during the past weeks, months, years. Sometimes it was exhausting, but it was also full of inspiration, motivation, positive thoughts. Also today's summit. So I also learned a lot. I worked a lot, but I also learned a lot. So thank you to you all.
Natasha has been a wonderful coordinator. You know, she has done wonderful job, I must say that. She
Yes.
never disappoints.
That's
Thank
true.
you.
No matter what time, she will reply back.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Florence shared a beautiful message in the chat. So I'm not sure, Florence, do you want to come forward and read it, or do you want me to do it? Well, she says, thank you so much. Violeta, your support has really encouraged me to step out, and I'm truly looking forward to doing greater with Ecocivilisation. I have met amazing souls through the movement, and they have all been so great. Unfortunately, I have to go another meeting, but thank you so much. Much love and blessings. Lovely. Okay, anybody else? All right, so believe it or not, we are almost at the end. So this is now the last intervention, the closing meditation from Eleftheria. We've opened so many vibrations, and it is our responsibility to also close the circle and bring them back to our souls. Thank you very much to everyone, and take whatever you want. Take the best you can take and make the best you can do out of it, and leave the rest. And the life will lead us and will help us to engage further and deeper in the forthcoming months. But Eleftheria, the last word is yours. Oh, have we lost her? Well, then I guess somebody else will have to have the last word. What about Alexander?
Goodness, yes, you do this sometimes. But how about me doing a last flute for a moment?
Wonderful, wonderful.
So we'll just breathe together and know that art is our common language, as Yuko has helped us say. So hopefully the breath through the flute. And just a reminder, Hafiz, I love this quote from Hafiz. He says, I am the hole on the flute through which God's breath blows. Ah.
Wonderful.
Yes. Oh, I have to turn my music. Oh, there we are. Okay, there we are. Ashe. Thank you.
Aho. So this brought us to the end with a 35 minutes longer than we anticipated, but it was, at least from my point of view, worth it. It was so deep, and I will vibrate with all this for a long time and reconnect with you and many others on this frequency. I feel that we are those who do what it feels right. We are doing it in a transparent way, and we engage the light, which is the frequency of love, in all our actions. Now, let's keep connecting. Let's keep building the confidence that no matter what comes, we are ready and we will act together. So thank you all. Take the smiles to your dreams, and we'll see you at the next event, which will come soon. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Violeta. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night from India.
Hvala.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye.